Good morning, everybody. I hope you are having a wonderful day and welcome to Escape to Nature. My name is Lisa. I will be your waterhole naturalist for the day. And I'm very excited because we finally have a leopard on Escape to Nature. I know Alex has had one before, but for myself, this will be the first. As you all know, and as I'm sure many of you saw on Sunrise Safari, Marips the leopard is around, but he's in this tree, and of course he has moved up. So we'll be patient. Hopefully we'll get a good view of him today. We did have him earlier on the dam cam with the help of our awesome zoomies. But sadly, this kitty cat was feeling a little hot and wanted to get more shade. So you'll never know. Perhaps as the sun moves today, and as it gets hotter, he might get a little bit more antsy. But as always, we are live, we are interactive, and I would love to hear from all of you. So please do send through your questions, your comments, suggestions, anything you would like me to look for in particular, or any of the other naturalists. And of course, if you are watching on the app or on our website, please do register so you can send us your questions and comments. Otherwise, if you follow us on YouTube, remember to subscribe, and that way we can also keep you in the loop. Let us have a look-see at today's weather and see what we can expect. Marips, hopefully you will show yourself today. I am really anxious to spend some time with you. It will not be our first time, but I am definitely excited. I almost want to say I hope he gets active later, but I mean, hopefully he gets active towards the water, finds a lovely bush to lie under. But we'll have to see, we'll have to be patient. And as always, we are also having our eyes on the Ukukoya waterhole. So I will keep you in the loop. Let us see what's happening. And let us see what animals come to visit us today. And if there's anything in particular you would like to discuss, please do let me know. As you all know, I'm always keen for a conversation on conservation. Charlene, you would like to know if we know where in the trees he is. Behind all of the leaves, sadly. So we did actually have a view on him. It was still a rather far away view. But the zoomies did have a good view on him. At least we could see a little bit of tail, a little bit of spots, and a little bit of legs. And then he moved further up. As I say, I think he was feeling a little bit hot. But obviously, as the sun also moves today, he will feel that later on today as well. So he is in this tree, I believe a little bit more to the left, but he is obscured by the leaves. As he should be, he's a leopard, that's what they do best. But hopefully, Charlene, we have to put out positive. Why can't I say that word today? Positive. There we are, Lisa. Positive vibes today. And hopefully he will grace us with his elegance, his beauty. I don't know who of you watched Sunset Safari last night. It was absolutely wonderful. We had a little bit of interaction between Marips and Tlalamba. And for me personally, I was very conflicted. I kept letting FC know, I think there's more Wati in my ribs. And then, of course, the behaviors kept changing, and eventually we figured out, no, it is Tlalamba and my ribs. So it's always great when we do get those rare interactions. But we'll have to see. We will have to see. But to be honest with you, I will keep my eyes today on this damn cam. But I almost want to say I want to be glued to this tree, because leopards are very quick, very sneaky, very elusive. And if they want to evade you, they will. Joseph, you are saying you're not going anywhere. Neither am I. Good news. No, me too. I definitely agree with you on that one. I think we have to be very, very focused today. I want to look around, but I also don't want to look around, because it really happens so quickly. Leopards are phenomenal animals when it comes to evading you. I can definitely tell you I've probably done 1,000 safaris where I've driven past leopards, and they really do just camouflage so well, but also move very quickly. So if they are on the move, it can be quite difficult to find them again. Marips, hopefully when you get antsy today, if you're listening, please listen. Come towards the water. You see there's a lot of shade. There's a lot of bushes you can lie under. You and the hippos can have a little bit of a catch up. Tell them what you've been up to. But as I say, Joseph, I'm also not going anywhere. However, for now, I am going to send all of you off to Ralph so we can say good morning.
Molweni. Hello and welcome to Escape to Nature from the roaming team. We're coming to you live from the Amakhala Game Reserve down in the Eastern Cape Province, where we've managed to catch up with one of Pumulela, the female cheetah's young sub-adult cubs. They're no longer cubs, the two of them. Well, this is just one of them. It's the female. My name is Ralph Kirsten, and on the camera I've got Mpo with me. Yes, welcome aboard, folks. So let's head back to our spotted cat here, who is a little bit skittish, and we're of the feeling that it's maybe because she's now on her own, and so a little bit more nervous than she would be if she had the protection of her mother and the security that comes with it. So, but it's nice to see. Apparently she killed, we're not quite sure what, but she killed and ate something yesterday. So that is good news. She's doing well on her own. And nice to see her out in the open now in this lovely early morning sunlight. It is warming up rapidly though, so I don't think she's going to be out in the open for too long. She may make her way into the shade at some stage, but for now, nice view on her. She's done a couple of little typical cheetah rolls, as only cheetah can. Rolling from side to side. The wind just starting to pick up now, and on a daily basis we get quite heavy wind here in this part of the country. So we'll expect to get a little bit more movement of air as the day progresses. Nice and hot now, but as soon as that wind starts, it does help to cool things down a bit. Hayley, thanks for jumping on board and escaping to nature with us. It is very picturesque. This is an idyllic setting with this landscape. There's some zebra roaming around in the background and a couple of crows flying about, calling every now and then. There's some martins and swifts flying over this female cheetah, as she's now just making herself a bit comfortable. There we go. That's the typical cheetah roll. I think she just wants to see what's happening on the other side of her. And that's how they do it. That's how they roll.
Did you know that explorers are watching ad-free right now? Right this very minute, they are listening to the soothing sounds of nature and seeing uninterrupted content.
I am shaking with excitement.
But don't fret, you can try out an Explorer subscription in monthly, 6-monthly and yearly options. Experience nature naturally, totally ad-free. Wild Earth Explorers, it's in your nature.
So I'm not quite sure what she's going to get up to, except for as the heat continues to rise, she maybe go look for shade. But we know with cheetah, they don't need to drink as regularly as many of the other animals and many of the other predators. They can drink every 3 to 5 days. So getting a lot of the moisture content that they require from the food that they eat. So you won't see cheetah tracks next to waterholes as regularly as you may, for instance, from lions and leopards and hyenas. I suppose it's another of those adaptations that the cheetah have acquired to avoid those bigger predators, because around the waterhole is quite well used by those big predators themselves. So I think with them adapted to being able to spend less time near to a waterhole and less time drinking, it does give them an advantage of that avoidance strategy. And as we found with the three amigos, once they worked out where the lions were, they stayed literally on the totally opposite side of the reserve, complete opposite side. The lions on the east and the cheetahs way on the west. Now, Soli, it's normally around about a year of age that you start to have dispersal. Sometimes it can be more, sometimes it can be less. And what I've generally found in my experience with following cheetah on different reserves is I've seen that mostly it's the mother that leaves the sub-adult youngsters. She normally establishes them in a wonderful or a very good productive hunting area, and that there's not too many of the bigger predators around, and then she moves off. Normally it's that she actually wants to start looking for another mate. So it's normally around that time, and as I say, it's not always exact. Nothing is exact in nature. There's always those oddballs and differences, and it all depends on the local environment and the geographical location. So it's dependent on the concentration of other predators, the concentration of the food supply, and the general landscape as well. It's all got to be taken into account. So on different reserves it may end up with different timings, but it's generally around about a year. And then you start to see the female or the mother start to spend less time with the youngsters, and you'll often find her moving off to a completely different area and then starting to establish herself in that spot, returning to the area where she's left her sub-adults. And then you do have these reunions, which can be quite fascinating as well. And then maybe, spend a bit of time hunting with them, and then slowly but surely she'll start returning back to where she's found an established zone, more and more, and eventually she won't return to the youngsters. So it's always exciting with cheetah because they can hunt at any time of the day, but with her having eaten in the last day or so, it's the chances are less. However, if something pops up nearby, she'll definitely go for it. It's all depending on the makeup of the animals as well. If it's a big adult zebra, she'll probably just avoid them. If there's a couple of little foals with them, however, she may take more interest. But still, zebra are very, very protective of their young, so they'll put up a big fight. And with the cheetah, as we know, if there's any kind of injury, especially to the legs, it can incapacitate them hunting-wise. So it's risky, and so they rather go for animals that are easy to take down, that are low risk. And yeah, we've seen it with the 3 boys that they've taken on high risk. There are 3 of them, however, to work together, but there is that, risk that they could get injured. Taking down a big adult red hartebeest is incredible and very high risk, but high risk, high reward. If they do manage to take it down, they've got a lot of food. But like what we saw, or we think that they took that hartebeest down, they ate quite a lot, and then it seems they were bumped off by a brown hyena. And then that results in them sort of leaving the area altogether. And now there still remains that half-eaten red hartebeest. It might actually end up being finished off by the hyena in the end. But we saw when they took down a kudu, that big female kudu, they stayed there for about 4 days without any attendance of other big predators. They seem to stay in the zone. But as soon as something else bumps them off, then they generally leave the area altogether. In that avoidance strategy, once again, and lowering the risk of injury, which could then land or result in their ultimate doom. There is a springbok way on over the other side of the plain there. She's looking in that direction. I wonder if she's thinking about it. Bradley, good morning to you too. Well, I have to say that this is exactly what the day in the life of a naturalist looks like. We get out long before sunrise. We have our coffee in the early morning, and we then chat about what we think we're going to do for the day. Which angle of attack? What are we going to do? Are we going to go looking for lions? Are we going to go looking for cheetah, elephants? You know, where we are positioned at our house, we're very close to where the 3 cheetah have been roaming, and very often come very close to our house, and we often hear alarm calls at night. So this is an obvious go-to for us. Why would we not when those 3 boys are there? It's not, you know, a very common occurrence to spend a lot of time with cheetah, and you'll see across the locations where they've got wild dogs, lions, cheetah, everything, not cheetah, leopards. So it's leopards, wild dogs, lions, basically falling out of the trees all over the place. But very, very rarely do we get to see cheetah. So a day in my life as a naturalist, I'm thinking, especially when I'm here on Amakhala, how are we going to get to see the cheetah as something different? So we plan our attack over coffee. And then we jump in the vehicle, we turn the radio on, we listen to what all the other guides are up to, and off we go. We then chat to our directors and so on, and make sure that we have everything hooked up with our equipment. And so between the camera operator, the naturalist, and the directors in Rivonia in Johannesburg, we make sure that everything is up and running as it should be. Then we drive out and we go looking for animals such as this. So we drive as much as possible to get the most amount of action that we can, whether it's cheetah stalking a springbok, or if it's jackals that are at the den site, or if it's whatever we might find. It might be nightjars that are still out in the early morning light. And so it's an absolute adventure every single day. And then we work through different shifts. So some of us might be on the sunrise safari and on escape to nature, or you might do escape to nature and sunset safari, or sunrise and sunset. So we've got our timings, and in between we want to also find out information on any movements of the animals. Maybe some of the lions have made a kill, or there's been a fight, or, you know, so we constantly got our ears to the ground trying to work out what would be the best. And ultimately, I sort of work it as what I enjoy going to see. And when I'm having fun, generally, you know, my guests on the back of the vehicle would be having fun. And in this case, it's a camera which is being broadcast around the world. So if I'm having fun, camera operator's having fun. In this case, it's Mpo. He's my wingman. And if we're enjoying ourselves and watching amazing wildlife spectacles, well, I'm pretty sure that transfers to you, the viewers. So that's exactly our kind of day. Sometimes we generally start very early, long before sunrise, and we finish long after sunset. So, and then we head back and we chat about the day, and sort of conclude on what happened, and then we start thinking about the next day. So it just never ends. And it's awesome. Now she's definitely going towards where there's one springbok out in the open plain. Yeah, the never-ending story in the bush. my son is quite artistic. He can play the guitar, he's a very good dancer, and he can sing pretty well too. And he often says when I sing I should definitely not quit my day job. So I'll listen to Kai. And if he was listening, he'd probably be laughing at me and having his head in his hands. But this cheetah is heading towards that springbok, but the zebra on the opposite side of the plain have clocked her. So they could well easily give away this hunt, because if they alarm call, it will make that springbok pick his head up, and then you might see the cheetah. At least what it will do is make the springbok alert to the fact that there's a predator around. But for now, the springbok is still just happily feeding. Mpho, have you still got a good view there? There's a pole. Okay. So, thanks, Mpho. Let me just turn, and so that you don't have a terrible shot, because this might turn out to be quite interesting. Amber, that's a good question. Let's think about it. So, highest survival rate between males and females. I would say that the females probably have a better chance at survival because they're not getting pushed around by other males. They're being invited by other males for mating purposes. So I would say in my mind that it's females that have a higher rate of survival, and this generally goes across the species, especially with humans, where males really get up to some silliness and achieve Darwin Award status. So yeah, it's quite similar with the males in cheetah, because they also sort of take on animals a little bit bigger than they should, and then you have accidents happening and hurting themselves, like we've seen with these three amigos. It's awesome to watch, but it's the risk is high when they take on big prey. Okay, seems like some action with Lisa. Off you go.
Oh, thank you. I'm so excited, I can barely contain myself. He's on the move. As you can see, there is our kitty cat. Please come towards the water. I'm really... I got so excited I jerked the camera a little bit, so I do apologize for that, if any of you saw that. But now we just have to keep our eyes peeled. If you see anything, please do let me know. If you have just joined us, this is Marips, our very famous male leopard here on Djuma. And he was napping in this beautiful tree, but he is now on the move. So we'll have to see where he goes. Hopefully he comes towards the water. I really hope so. Just give me a second. I just want to listen for any alarm calls. Hopefully that will help us follow him. But as I say, he's not very close to the water, so it might be a little tricky to actually follow him. Come on, Marips. Please, you will be my very first leopard on Escape to Nature. You were also my very first leopard on the dam cam that I actually spotted. So please be good to us. I'm asking you very nicely. Leopard lover, you are saying my wish from yesterday came true. If I can wish for a cheetah tomorrow. Woo! Leopard lover, I can, but I will silently do it. I don't want us, or I don't want Mother Nature thinking, that we are now becoming spoiled and just demanding things. But leopard lover, for you, I will definitely do that. However, we were, of course, just very, very, very lucky with Rolf. I'm just trying to see. I will have a closer look now. I'm just scared that if I zoom in on one area too much, he goes the other way. I suspect that he probably went deeper into the bush. I don't want to sound negative when I say that, but I did see the bushes rustling behind the tree, so I suspect he actually jumped down that way and went deeper into the bush. Marips, there's a massive water hole here. Surely you must be thirsty. You ate a lot. You're going to need help with the digestion. Alright, I'm going to send you back to Rolf. He's got a surprise for you.
So, thank you, Lisa, and sounds like it's lovely action there, but we've got this female, she's gotten up nice and close to the springbok now. Springbok doesn't know that she's there, and we're staying at a distance because we've got a perfect view, although from far, and we could see this whole hunt unfold. She's frozen now because the springbok's head is up. I don't think that it's worked out that she's there. She's very close. She's within striking distance. So this could be awesome. She's dead still. Springbok is moving around a little bit. I wonder if it's just smelt her. It's now looking straight at us. And she's now just gone down in the grass. Just, I think, waiting for it to calm down. She's looking now in the other direction. Whether she's going to hunt or not, she's completely flat now. She may just wait for that springbok to relax again because it's looking in the wrong direction. And she's now hidden in the grass. If we didn't know she was there, we wouldn't be able to see her. But she's flicking her tail around a bit. I wonder if she's not that interested. Maybe she's not hungry enough. But you never know. Springbok has worked out there's something amiss. So Jamie, it's blowing across us. So it's coming from it's a very slight breeze, but it is coming in from the southwest. So it's blowing across from where she is, a little bit in the direction of that springbok, but not straight towards it. So that's why I think it may have smelt her now, but just quickly, because it's definitely picked up something, and I don't think it saw her. I think it may just have a little bit of her smell. And you see now the springbok looking straight at us, so not looking where the cheetah is, but very alert, sort of showing that I think it has smelt her, but not quite sure. Maybe it's not a very strong scent, just enough to make it be aware that there may be a predator close by. But her behavior right now doesn't lean towards, and there the springbok shoots off. I think it must have got a stronger smell from her. I don't think it saw her, and off it goes. I don't think she's hungry enough. Just the way that she lay flat like that just showed that she had sort of lost interest. Because she was within striking distance. If she was really hungry, she would have probably made that chase and kill. But it's kind of like when you've had a pie for lunch, and then at tea time around 3-4 o'clock you're offered another big meal, and you sort of you have a little bit. It's that kind of sort of phase that I think she's in. I don't think her stomach is empty enough to warrant going for a full chase and hunt. You know, during the night as well, these cheetah do hunt and kill lots of scrub hares. There's also a very high population of spring hares, which are super easy to hunt. So the way that they just hop around, and there's so many of them, that I think these cats also do have a lot of snacks in between the big kills that they make. And so it does just sort of take them through. But yeah, she definitely wasn't hungry enough. That springbok's still trying to work out where that smell was coming from. But she's giving away her position, the cheetah. She's flicking her tail and she's rolling around. So I think that is all over bar the shouting. And from here, I think we might move position completely and go and see if we can catch up with the lions, who were spotted this morning. The whole pride was seen together. So we'll go and see. It is getting hot, however, so I think they're probably heading for shade as well. But then the trusty old favourite after that, as soon as it starts to get really hot, we'll go looking for elephants around the water. It's always fabulous to see bathing elephants. There she's up again. And coming back towards us. She's going to try again. She's got that lovely thicket between her and the springbok. Alright, so we'll just have to be patient, like a cheetah, if we're going to see the hunt and kill, if there's going to be one. And while we wait and see what happens, let's head you on off to Etosha.
Thank you, Rolf. It is busy in Etosha, as you can see at the lovely Okukuya waterhole. As expected, the zebras are making their arrival. And they are coming to say good morning to all of us. And this truly never gets old. This is a scene that will change one of these days again. But hopefully not too soon. Oh, just look at a baby zebra. You are so tiny and dainty and fragile. But I'm sure you will grow up to be a big, strong zebra. Can't really see from here if you'll be a mare or stallion. But how amazing is this? It's like a zebra party. The other day we spoke about an inter-series rave that Jacinta gave us the idea for. And then Monique said we should be having a pool party, as the animals have a pool party every single day. But today it seems like so far it is a zebra party. And that constant vocalization that you can hear, that is called braying. Jump, little one, jump. You know, the other day my father and I were on the phone and he was very concerned. And he said to me, Lisa, you have to make a plan to go work overseas, just to get out of the country. There's a lot going on. I'm worried about you. And when I look at this, I just think, why would I go anywhere out of Africa? This is so, so beautiful. Yes, we've got problems in our country and, well, just like anywhere else, there are some issues, but the grass is never greener on the other side. As I always say, the grass might seem greener, but that's because there's more poo on that side, fertilizing the area. Just to keep you posted, I have not found Marips yet. I think I actually went further deeper into the bush. However, I do have my eyes peeled on both Okokoyo and Gowrie Dam, just to make sure we don't miss him coming down for water perhaps. But how ironic is that? That some days, you know, it's fairly calm and peaceful at all of the locations. And then, of course, as Mother Nature would want it, we've got Marips coming down a tree and then Pumelela stalking a springbok. But I will keep you posted if I do see him in Djuma. For now, however, we are enjoying these lovely, lovely animals. And we've got a springbokkie. Lenny, good morning. So good to hear from you. You would like to know, is there a lot of mange in Okokoyo? Lenny, not to my knowledge. Not that I know of. However, as I always say to you guys, you know, I myself am reading up a lot about Okokoyo. When Ralph talks about it, I always listen. But it literally is a day-by-day experience for myself with all of you as well. I've actually never been to this location. And every day is a new day for me as well. So Lenny, to my knowledge, no. For those of you that don't know, mange is a disease that affects animals. You'll see it a lot in animals such as lions, for instance. I remember the previous game reserve that I worked at. There was a pride of lions that had mange. And we became very worried and thought that they will not make it. But to this day, they are still alive and well. They are known as the Guernsey Pride, and they've got mange. It sort of affects the skin and the actual condition of the animal. But Lenny, that would require me to actually see some lions here, and we have not seen lions in quite some time. Hopefully one of these days again. I really do hope so. But as I said yesterday as well, I think most probably, as it becomes drier and drier, the animals will be encouraged to come to this waterhole specifically, because this is a man-made waterhole. So if it does completely dry up, it is possible to fill it, which will hopefully help the animals. But we'll have to see. As one group goes, the next comes in. Isn't it incredible how these animals just make turns? I always find it funny, especially with it. Woo! Calm down, will you? With the giraffes, you know, they always... the giraffes are always so polite. They wait for all of the animals, all of the zebras, all of the springbok. And eventually they'll sort of move in and go for their sip of water to cool off, to hydrate. And I know it does not seem like it as of late, but at this waterhole and in this park, Itosha National Park, we can find predators here, such as leopard, like Maribs that we just saw in Djuma, cheetah, Pumalela that we just saw with Rolf, lions. It's just a matter of them actually coming to us so we can get a good view of them on the camera. But yes, they do occur in this area. And I believe probably within the next few months we'll be getting some activity. Oh wow, speaking of lions, I've got a surprise for you. I'm not going to say with who.
Thanks, Lisa, and good morning from Kariega Game Reserve, where we have blue skies, hot temperatures, and we do have lions. My name is Nick, and I'm going to be your photo naturalist for today. Yeah, like I was saying, we've got some lovely conditions here today. It's like a perfect day out here on the reserve. Slight breeze coming across, nice warm temperatures, and we've started the day off with our dominant coalition of male lions. Couldn't ask for better. So I'm so glad that you could be here with us today. Remember, if you do have any questions, any comments about these lions or Kariega or anything in general, pass those questions on, shoot them along. The more the merrier. And just keep in mind, if you are able to donate towards us and do your bit towards connecting humanity to nature, it would be much appreciated. So we have got both of our lions here. We've obviously just got one in the frame. His brother is kind of just off to the left hand side, about 30-40 meters or so. Obviously, with the temperature rising pretty steadily already, our two big boys have started to seek out a little bit of shade. You know, obviously with that nice big thick mane of theirs, they've got to be very careful about trying to keep cool. You know, obviously that mane's going to heat them up much faster than it would compared to a lioness. You know, obviously those lionesses wouldn't have the mane. And it's there's kind of been a little bit of movement from him and his brother. Not in terms of walking very far, but they're constantly getting up and shifting positions for shade. Rhonda, no, these two lions do not have names. They are the only two big, fully grown male lions on the reserve at the moment, so they're just kind of known as the dominant coalition. So they do not have names, but that's a very good question. You know, you look at male lions in particular, and even prides and things like that from various areas, they do have names quite often. Not to kind of familiarize ourselves with, right, this is Freddie, this is Tom, this is Sue, but more of the fact of obviously just to identify specific coalitions or prides or something. So, you know, some of the really famous coalitions of males has been the Mapochos, the Majingalans, the Matimbas, the Birminghams. So that is a very good question, but as for the moment, these two don't have any type of name. You know, if you think about the naming process of a pride or of a coalition of males, you know, normally the name will kind of be centered around maybe a behavioral characteristic of theirs, or maybe an area that they particularly head to quite often, and quite often the name being in the sort of the local language of the area, whether it's Shangaan or Zulu or something like that. So that if somebody calls on the radio and says, alright, this is the Mapochos, I found the Mapochos, automatically you know, working in that area, the composition of what those Mapochos would be. Or if they said, right, we've got the Ottawa Pride or whatever it is, you know that there should be this amount of females, there should be these cubs here, and you'll already know, all right, this should be the age, all right, these 3 females, the oldest one being, you know, maybe 12 years, and the youngest one maybe being 4 years, and the composition of that pride, the structure of that group, so that on the radio, you don't have to say, all right, I found 3 females, I found 6 different youngsters, of which there looks to be 4 males and 2 females, just kind of for the ease of identification and knowing exactly who should be there. But this male has found himself a nice little patch of shade here. The other one is just out of view for the moment. There is a little bit of a thicket in terms of where he is that's preventing me from seeing him, so I'll have to move around maybe just now and see if we can get a view of him. But you can see the flies are bothering our male that we can see right here. In terms of where we are, we have come a little bit further up into the northwest of the reserve. So we are close to one of the tops of the ridge lines, and it's kind of sparsely scattered sort of vegetation. Being right at the crest of the hill, there are quite a few open areas, and then very nice for these lions, that kind of punctuating these open areas is quite a lot of dense thickets. And obviously these thickets and shrubs and things like that helping to provide a little bit of shade. But I'm definitely keeping an eye out in terms of just scanning around the surrounding area here. I was chatting to one of the other guides that I saw this morning, and he said that not far from where we are, probably about 250 meters away from where these lions are, there was actually a caracal that was seen. And I've only seen a caracal once before. In my, 9 years of guiding, I've only ever seen one caracal. So I'm dying to see another one. And believe me, you will be the first to know if I have found it. I'm definitely keeping an eye on what this male gets up to, but also scanning around at the same time, just having a look for any movement. You know, you'd kind of think that that caracal would be doing a similar thing to these lions, probably resting up in one of the dense little thickets or something like that, getting as much shade as it could. And remember, in terms of interactions between the caracal and these lions, if these lions had to find that caracal, I reckon they would try and kill it. Competition amongst predators. Jake, that's a good question. In terms of introducing animals to reserves, a lot of smaller reserves will need to do that, and ecologically it's a good decision to bring in new bloodlines. You know, you're going to stimulate that genetic bloodline, which is first of all a really good thing to do. And then the process of bringing in a new animal, let's just talk about lions for instance, seeing as, you know, we're looking at these lions. These particular males that we've seen, they were now introduced, about 6 months ago or so. So when you bring new males into the reserve, you're not too sure where they're going to move, and you obviously want to keep tabs on how they're doing, where they're going, and just get a bit of data upon how things are going. So quite often there will be a tracking system, and as we've seen with one of these male lions, not this one but the other brother we can't see, he does have a collar around his neck there, just to be able to get all of that data. Where are they moving, what are some of the favorite areas that they like to go, and kind of just give those lions time to settle in. And at some point relatively soon they will actually be taking that collar off, just because it is for kind of research purposes and things like that. And obviously the ecologists of the reserve will keep quite a close eye on how those lions or how something, you know, different species might be doing. So it is a very sort of closely monitored type of thing. In terms of moving lions from one place to another, you know, they'll be darted, coming from the original reserve of where they're coming from. They'll be darted, put into some type of transportation container or so. And then quite often there might even be almost like a soft release of where they might even be kind of introduced into a bigger, almost if you want to call it a boma area, but a quite a big area, not like a small little spot. I mean, at hundreds of meters, for them just to kind of acclimatize, almost to like a new environment, a new home for sort of 2 weeks or so, and then from there they move out into the whole reserve. I did watch a video the other day. A male lion had been darted. I don't know if he was moving to another reserve or whether they were just trying to get a whole lot of research data off of this male, but there must have been a group of about 6 people around this male lion, and all of a sudden obviously the sedative wore off and this male lion woke up. But he was obviously very groggy, but he was big. I mean, he must have been at least a 200 kilo male lion, and he gave like this low growl and kind of tried to get up and move, but kind of half kind of tripping over his feet as he went. And you could see the people got the fright of their lives. But I mean, that's obviously not a very common thing at all. But it was something peculiar to watch. But these males have settled in very well to Kariega. They seem to be favoring more the eastern areas of the reserve from the far sort of western areas. I haven't seen them on the far western side of the reserve. You think of sort of the Bushman's River side of the reserve. I haven't seen them down there. Chatting to one or two of the other guides, They've only been seen down that way of the reserve a handful of times, 2-3 times. Most of the time they're kind of right here where we are on the far eastern side of the reserve. Which is interesting because they have met up with the lionesses. Remember at the start of the year we saw these two males meeting up with that one younger lioness of around 2.5 years. The other lionesses, they often move around on the far western side of the reserve. So the 1 or 2 times that these males have gone down to the far western side is to meet up with the lionesses. But it's very interesting to watch that these males, at least for the 6 months that they've been here on the reserve, they've really preferred to stay on this eastern side and to themselves rather than being with the lionesses 9 times out of 10. And you know, every sort of release period of bringing different individuals onto different reserves, the outcomes are different. You know, sometimes your males will join up immediately with the females and there'll be a little bit of argy-bargy, and other times, you know, it takes a little bit longer for integration to happen. But at the end of the day, nature is always able to work out a balance and find that equilibrium, whether it's in terms of numbers or in terms of interactions and acceptance amongst specific species.
Wild Earth's mission is an expensive one, but we know that our live experience is important to so many people that cannot afford to pay for it. We have added a donate button to our website. By donating, you are directly helping us share our free nature experiences with the world. We want Wild Earth to reach children, budding conservationists, and the less fortunate. A little money goes a long way. You can make a difference to someone today.
You know, obviously the size of a male, he's that much bigger than a female. You know, he's got an extra 50-70 kilos, so he can kind of bully his way into that carcass and take over from those females. Michelle S, yes, yeah, I'm so happy that we could bring these lions to you. So we were kind of chatting a little bit yesterday of whether Kariega does have other animals other than plains game. And Catherine was saying, yesterday it was really just too hot to go and have a look for them. So I'm so glad that we could have a look for them today and bring you our dominant coalition of males. I feel like it would be absolutely crazy if from here that caracal I was talking about popped his head out, then we'd be able to get two different feline species in one frame. But I'm very happy with our lines. I feel like if that caracal did have to pop out, it would kind of just be the cherry on the cake. You can kind of see the grasses in the foreground just blowing gently in the wind. Obviously being right up closer to the top of a ridgeline, there is a little bit more of a breeze here than compared to down in the valley, which I think is probably a welcome thing for these lions. It's going to help just to take that edge off of the heat. But also we saw the tail kind of flicking every now and then of this male. We saw him lifting his head to try and snap at some to get them away. So I think they've got themselves a nice spot here. But I think I'm going to stick around here for a little bit longer, potentially see if I can reposition and get a view of that second male, see what he's up to. I think while I do that, let's take you across to Lisa in Djuma and see what she's got.
Tiny bubbles. I've got two hippos and tiny bubbles. Still no update on Maribs. As I say, I think he did go deeper into the bush. Hopefully he didn't wander off too far and he will still stick around for us today. But we do have two young hippos. There was a little bit of a tiff going on between them. Not too aggressive though. Just sort of showing off teeth and making a little bit of contact with one another, but I have no idea who these hippos are, where they came from. Hello! If they will resurface and show themselves. We are having such an action-packed day. It's really incredible how everything can just change literally within seconds. I personally, when I came into the office this morning and I saw Maribs on the dam cam, still when he was in perfect view and we could see the legs and the tail dangling and everything, I did not expect that. And now we've got two hippos. It really just goes to show you never know what you are going to find. But always just expect the unexpected, and whatever you do see, appreciate it in that moment. Whether it's a lapwing, a tiny bird, a big animal, it really does not matter. We have to be so grateful for all of these wonderful animals. The big five, the small five, the ugly five. But right now we are just waiting for two hippos to make themselves known. Isn't it funny how these animals always do that? As soon as they hear live, then they're like, and this is where I go underwater. Or this is where I now disappear off into the bush. That's fine. We'll be patient. They are not here for our entertainment. As I say, we are very lucky and privileged to actually be an audience to their everyday lives. Hippopotamus. We'll be patient. It's fine. I do, however, want to inform you on something that I heard on the news once again. You are going to have a good giggle at this. It's actually not funny, but it is funny. So, right now in South Africa, in Gauteng, we do not have 1, not 2, but 3 buffalo on the loose. Do not ask me why or where they came from. This was just reported on the news. 3 people actually, proved on their CCTV cameras that, by the way, there are buffaloes on the loose. So people are still trying to determine and establish where did they come from, what are they doing. And there is also a male lion on the loose. So the buffaloes have been spotted in Kempton Park, which is in Gauteng, one of the South African provinces, and then the male lion was seen in the Henops area close to Pretoria. So once again, and again for the buffaloes and the lions, there's no information. The various facilities have been contacted and asked, are you perhaps by any chance missing 3 buffaloes, or are you perhaps by any chance missing a lion? I highly doubt that the 2 species are connected in any way, but hopefully the lion does not find the buffalo. And hopefully, of course, all of them. Sorry, Max, I did not get that. Yes, indeed. Representing South Africa is such a wonderful place. As I mentioned earlier on, my father was he was rather serious about it. He said, why don't you immigrate? You really should be looking at, opportunities there. And if you have the option, please do not hesitate, because I fear for our safety. It's really not that bad in South Africa. Let me just make that clear to anyone that is not from South Africa. Just like any other country, we also have our issues. But then when I heard that this morning, I think, how can I leave this country? The animals need our help. Can you imagine what those buffaloes might be thinking? Oh, well, this is lovely green grass. Not too sure what all of these structures are around us and what these funny things with wheels are. But it seems to be moving. What are these creatures? Can you imagine what must be going through that lion's head? I have no idea where I am. No one gave me a GPS before all of this started. And I know I'm making light of this now. It's not funny at all. But as South Africans, we always have a saying, only in South Africa. It's not a lot of places that you will hear. Oh, by the way, just so everyone knows, and Kempton Park and Pretoria are actually not very far from each other. So, again, there's no information as to whose lion it is, who the buffaloes belong to, how did they get out, why did they get out, why are they on the facilities that they are on. No one has any information, if it's a farm or an actual rehabilitation center that they came from, or nothing. So if you are living in South Africa, particularly Gauteng, keep your eyes peeled. While we wait for these hippos to show themselves, I do just quickly want to take you to the tree that Marips was in, and the last vicinity that we saw him in. If you see anything, any movements of any kind, please do let me know. But yes, I do think our lazy cat has gone deeper into the bush, probably for some more shade. As I said, when we did start on Escape to Nature, it's going to get hot quickly. So even though he did move up a little bit more for more shade, the sun moves as well, and it gets hot when you are specifically that elevated. So that was the tree. He came down. He did not come towards our side or towards the water. So hopefully he's not too far away. Max, I'm counting on you to spot him today. I'm sure you'll find him. No, we'll just have to be patient. And even if we don't see him again, you know, I'm just so thrilled that we did get to see a leopard silhouette today on Escape to Nature. Anything is an absolute bonus out here. So that is the last vicinity I saw him. And again, I suspect he has gone deeper into the bush. You never know. They are so sneaky. He might literally just be under the tree. How funny would that be? And if you've just joined us, I'm just showing all of you, this is the tree where we last saw Marips, the leopard, in. And sadly has taken off, but I was just saying how funny would it be if he's actually just below that tree, napping away. And you never know, he might have just gone a little bit deeper into the bush. We might still see him today. Oh my goodness, alright. I'm now sending you to Rolf, who apparently is trying to have a competition with myself and Nick today. He has found some lions for us.
Well, I'm always up for a competition, Lisa, but I didn't know, have you got lions? Have you got lions at Okukuyu? That would be wonderful. I'm sure that would be the Umbika Pride that comes up just from the south of Okukuyu. And there's about 22 in that pride. In this pride here that we are looking at now on Amakhala, there's 4 little cubbies. There's the big male. One of the cubbies is lying just on the male. And then there's 2 big adult females. So it's a small pride, but it is a very, very beautiful pride to watch indeed. Yesterday we had them on a warthog kill. It was Son, the male. He wasn't there. I think the females decided to take the youngsters on a little stroll, and then they went and killed a warthog. And so they could eat it on their own without the attention of the male, because he's very likely to run in and steal and eat the whole thing. So he's been doing that. So I think the females, when they've had enough of that, they go for a little walk on their own and leave him behind, and then they can all eat at leisure. But it seems during the night the male did catch up with them. He probably followed their scent trail, and then now they've returned a little bit down towards the Bushman's River Basin, but they're just on the edge of it. Oh, and there he stands up. What a beast he is. So they're just lying in the shade on the western side of the bush. As the day progresses, that shade is going to become less and less, and then they need to literally go into the bush itself to get shade. Something seemed to have woken him up. And it sounded like Nick also had 2 big males on Kariga. That's awesome. So that there's lions all round. Now, I know that Lisa was with the leopard. We've had cheetah and we've had lions. I think we might even continue this little competition. We might even go and try and find the 3 amigos, the 3 male cheetah after this, and keep it in lines with the feline day. That male just walking on over to the female. There may be some interaction there. Let's just see. Or is he just going to flop down behind the bush where we can't see him? Samuel, they are in fantastic condition. Look at them. There we go. Watch the interaction between the male and the female there. He is full of muscles. His mane is idyllic. It's perfect. It's like he's been to the hairdresser. Gonna go back in and look for shade, I think. Yeah, that's it. And the cubs really do like spending time with the male. He's got lots of hair and a nice big tail to play with. So every now and then you do see them getting a little bit irritated, and then they move away from the cubs. It can be a handful. I think the big female there is probably a bit hot. She maybe also want to get into the shade. Yeah, she's gone down just on the other side of that bush now, out of sight. At least the male obliged and came on this side of the bush. We can see his face nicely. And we can see the other female, and sometimes you get a view on the cubs. We can generally expect that there won't be too much activity from this lot for the rest of the day, and it's quite nice from a guiding perspective that if you leave them here now, you can pretty much bet. It doesn't always happen, but I would say about 8 times out of 10 that you come back here in the afternoon or the sunset safari and you'll find them in exactly the same spot, unless the shade diminishes and they sort of move to a more shady spot, but there's other spots just close by that they could go to. So I'm pretty sure in the afternoon we'll find them right in the same spot or in the next bush. So they're quite predictable in that sense. Whereas if you leave a cheetah in this position, you come back in the afternoon and they're gone. Leopards, the same. Sometimes they will be in the same spot, but generally they move a lot more than lions. Once they bed down, it's pretty much for the whole day. And that's exactly what this lot, I think, are doing. And that's also the trouble when you go on trails, when you walk, especially when you walk around the middle of the day, you can happen upon this group of lions, and they would all wake up and get a fright when you're very close, because they do sleep pretty soundly. And so in that position, when you're very close to them and they get a fright, it's fight or flight. Generally, however, lions will run away from you, especially during the day. If it was nighttime, it's a different story, but that's why we don't walk at night. But yeah, I've happened upon many lions in the Kruger and in Namibia, and it's generally that they just get up and run away. So they get a fright, it doesn't matter, males, females, and they disappear. But the odd time you get, they're a little bit grumpy, and you may just hear a growl. when you're getting into their space. But if they're flat out sleeping, you often surprise them and they just jump up and all run off. Of all the encounters I've had with lions, it's only on the odd occasion that they actually growl back towards them. Ah, Lisa, who's on the dam cams. Lisa, don't you worry. I know exactly how you feel. I've also been in that position. But yeah, we got the luck of being roaming. We can move around and look for animals. She's got to wait for them to come to her at the dam cams. So yes, Lisa, that's a small con that you've got there, but you don't get the sunburn and the sore back from driving, and when you run out of water, you can't just walk around the corner to the kitchen, and we've got to find places to go to the toilet where you can also just go in a very convenient bathroom. So there are pros and cons both sides, but I would way rather be out here in the thick of it. So yeah, when you come out with guests in the heat of the day looking for lions, you always prepare them for this kind of scenario. And often it's quite difficult to spot them, even if you know exactly where they were last seen. It's just because they're flat, it's difficult to spot. Righty, so I think we're going to leave these guys to sleep off the morning. But from one group of lions to another at Kariega.
Thanks, Rolf. And if you have just managed to join us, you have come from one Eastern Cape Reserve to another. You are with me here at Kariega. I'm Nick and I'm your photo naturalist for today. And we have had a cat trifecta here this morning on our Escape to Nature. It's been a morning filled with cats. At Kariga, we've managed to find our 2 dominant male lion coalition, kind of resting up, quite similar to Rolf's lions in Amakhala. He's also managed to find cheetah as well. So Rolf slaying the leaderboard with 2 cats on the charts there, and Lisa in Djuma has managed to find Marips at the Djuma Dam Camp. So it's really been a morning filled with cats. It's been absolutely incredible. But thanks for joining us. Remember, if you do have any questions or comments or anything like that, send them in. And if you are able to make any donations and do your bit to connect humanity to nature, it would be much appreciated. But I'm having a little bit of a chuckle between the friendly banter between Rolf and Lisa. I feel like now that International Women's Day has passed, Rolf firing off a little friendly shot there or two. Kapow! But no, quite similar to Rolf's lions in Amakhala. Our lions here at Kariga are also kind of feeling the heat. But it's been very interesting to watch. I mean, the last time you were with me here, we were still looking at this male, the same specific male in the coalition, the lesser dominant of the 2 males. He was resting up in the shade beautifully. And I don't know why. I mean, it's very nice for us and I'm not complaining. But he's now gotten out of the shade and come into the direct sunlight, taking a snooze right out in the middle of the little open spot here. So I feel like it's really only a matter of time before he does get up and kind of move back to another shady spot. It's really great for us. And the flies have kind of been bugging him while he's been in this spot here. He's been snapping quite often at these flies, trying to get them to go away. I don't know if he's actually managed to catch one, but he's been putting quite a nice show on for us. And look how nice and thick and luscious that mane is. It's such a nice angle here to have a look at him like this. Remember, these males are still approaching 5 years of age. So they're kind of somewhere around, pretty much between 4.5 and 5 years. Probably getting closer to about 5 now. So still relatively young males. But I mean, look at that mane. It is beautiful. I think that fly that was buzzing around this lion's head has moved off and he's now buzzing around my head. Hey Nens, if we knew where the caracals sleep, I'll tell you what, I probably wouldn't be showing you a lion right now. Like I said earlier, I've only ever seen one. And caracals they're hard animals to find, hey? They're not easy. And the caracal that I actually did manage to see was in the Eastern Cape as well. And chatting to a lot of the guides here of when they've seen them, where they've seen them, and the conditions that they've seen caracal, the general kind of consensus, the kind of the bottom line that seems to be coming about is that it always seems to be in really windy weather. I mean, I know the wind can really blow in the Eastern Cape at the best of times, but every time the guides that I've spoken to have seen a caracal, they've said that the wind has been pumping. And when I saw my caracal, that was years ago now. I mean, it was like, 9 years ago, 10 years ago. The wind was also pumping. But I mean, like I said, I think that caracal's most likely kind of sleeping up in one of these thickets here, and I've been looking. But I tell you what, these thickets are impenetrable. We saw the other day, when was it, sort of 3 days ago or so, when the brother of this lion, when he was in the middle of the thicket, of how he was 5-6 meters away, but we could barely see him. But don't you worry, I am still looking around, scanning, having a a hopeful scan for this caracal. In terms of some of our smaller cats, serval, I've only ever seen a serval once. That was up in Botswana that I saw it. But remember that caracal's got, it's, I guess, a similar body shape to a serval. But it's got those really cool ears. Those long sort of tufted ears, quite elongated. And I really like that colour that they've got, that very sort of dense orangey colour. As you can see, I'm not in the paint industry. If I worked at a paint store, somebody asked for a specific colour and I said it's a dense orange. That's not a very good description. Isaac, caracals, I would classify them as, yeah, I mean, they will definitely move around at night, but if you think of crepuscular movements, you know, dawn and dusk and things like that, when temperatures are quite nice and cool, those are probably going to be the best times of the day for a caracal to be moving around. But I mean, they definitely will move around a lot more at night time compared to sort of broad daylight. You know, I would definitely classify them more as being nocturnal than diurnal, for sure. But I guess in terms of, you know, a lot of the time when, there we go, our male is now looking up and around. His brother did kind of poke his head up, and he has put it back down, so I don't know if that maybe just got his attention quickly. But he's a beauty, huh? Wow. So let's have a look and see what he gets up to. He is kind of scanning across and looking in the direction of his brother. Remember, his brother is the dominant individual of the coalition. So if he did have to get up and move somewhere, he would kind of follow where he goes. I don't really see these males going too far now. Temperature is hot, and I just don't see any type of real reason why they would get up and move a lot. I mean, obviously this particular male that we're looking at, like I said, I'm sure that he's going to be looking for some shade pretty soon. But he's putting a lovely display on for us. And look at all of the difference in the colours of his mane. You've got the darker colours right at the bottom, you've got those orangey colours, and for me a personal favourite is that whiter colour around his mouth, on his chin. So I don't know if you saw, there was a little bit of a reddish, small sort of injury that was on his shoulder there. I don't know if you saw that while he was getting up and moving. Remember, I was saying, hey, and down he goes. Okay. So I was saying how these males have just come off of a warthog carcass. So potentially a little bit of squabbling between the brothers, fighting over the best bits of a carcass. You know, warthog's definitely not the biggest animal in the world. So maybe that's kind of where he got that small wound from. I'm going to take you across and see if we can get a view of his brother. There we go. Resting up in the shade there. So I feel like he's found himself a really good spot there. Seems like the flies are also bothering him a little bit. So earlier on we were talking about the sort of the introduction period of new male lions coming onto a reserve and things like that. And we talked about, for research purposes, putting a collar on one of the males just to see where they're going, so you can kind of see it there a little bit. So it's going to be interesting to see what they get up to. I mean, I don't think the exact spots where they are now are very productive for shade. But let's wait and see what their movements are. But so nice to just spend the morning with these males here. I must say, there's always that feeling of victory, you know, when you head out looking for a specific animal, or even if you, I mean more so if you're looking for it, but even if you pop around the corner and boom, you know, there's 2 male lions. It's hard to describe. And I was just kind of thinking, you know, Rolf mentioned obviously Lisa at the dam cam there. Must have been so excited, you know, to see Marips coming down to the water there. I mean, it must have been amazing. You know, when you in the bush and you kind of think you've seen something, you've maybe seen a leopard or a lion or something like that, and your heart skips a beat. You think like, oh, it can't be, you know, like really, is it? And then kind of in your own head you confirm it. And no, it is this thing. Gets the heart beating a bit faster. Lots of shaking of the head from this male here. He is looking down towards one of the valleys. He was kind of passed out completely flat. There was no real view of him for the past 20 minutes, 30 minutes or so. So really nice that he has poked his head up, giving us a beautiful view of him. Little butterfly flitting around in there. Don't know if you saw that. Didn't really get a good look at it. Beauty and the Beast. It's a really nice view in terms of where we are here. And for this lion as well, he can kind of just scan around, surveying his kingdom. Look at that, what a beautiful view. And there's not too many places in the world where you are able to watch a big coalition of lions like this. And behind those distant hills, that is the ocean down there. So I mean, remember, that is what makes Kariega so special and so diverse. We've got our 2 different rivers, the Kariega River and the Bushman's River, both emptying out into the ocean. So nice to kind of show you exactly where we are. Malik, yeah, 100%. He's got himself a little bit of a mohawk going there. Got some serious bed hair. And I can relate to him. I'll tell you what, I often have a good case of bed hair. My girlfriend often says to me I look like a long-crested eagle. And for you, if you know what a a long-crested eagle looks like. It's your typical eagle, but with a long sort of feather sticking out at the top. And when it's windy, it just kind of flaps all over the side. So I can relate with this lion. I know what he's going through. I feel his pain. You can see how he's got himself really tucked up against the edge of this thicket here. But obviously, as the day progresses, that shade where he is now is going to continue to diminish. I feel like the spot where his brother is, he's kind of moved back into that half shady spot. That's also not the best patch of shade I've ever seen. So I do expect these males to kind of get up and move somewhere to a different spot. A spot of more solid shade, but I don't think they'll go too far. And with all of the rain that we have had recently, there are plenty of little puddles and little wallows and things like that around here. So if they were wanting to have a drink at some point through the course of the day, they wouldn't have to go too far. But it is really great to spend some time with these males. They've been giving everybody a bit of a tough time recently. They've been spending a lot of time up in the far northern reaches of the reserve, where it is so thick and so impenetrable that I haven't even attempted to go up there to look for them. It's really nice that they've started to leave that area. But they've been quite successful up there. In that area they did kill, by the sounds of things, a wildebeest and a warthog. Very difficult viewing for the people that did manage to see them up there. It was kind of like there's a leg that looks like a patch of mane through the bush. But great for them though that they have been so successful in that area. Obviously with it being so thick there, maybe they used that vegetation to their advantage, sneaking up on animals and ambushing them in the thickets. Yeah, there we go. Look at that. What a beauty. Still got his bad hair going. Jakes, they do move quite far from the females. I mean, at the moment, as the crow flies, they're probably many kilometers. I don't know if the females were found this morning, but the last area where I know that they were, probably at the moment a good sort of 6-7 kilometers away or something like that. So quite a distance. But remember, like we were saying, they're very capable of hunting. You see him there, he was kind of lifting his head up a little bit and sniffing. I don't know if you can see the grass, the blades of grass are blowing in his direction there, or moving in his direction. So the wind is blowing towards him, so maybe he's picking up on some scent of something. You can see his ears are still forward facing there, so I'm not too sure what's got his attention. Something's got his attention there. He's now out in the middle of the open area where it is hot as well. Not that we're complaining, I mean, this is what we want. So the direction of where he is looking is probably the closest water source. The road that I was driving to get here, it goes through a little bit of a dip, and in that dip there was a large body of water which would be a nice spot for them to drink. But I don't think it's that water that's kind of got his interest like that. I I didn't hear anything, but obviously their hearing is a lot more acute than what mine is, so maybe he heard something. The wind is definitely starting to blow a little bit harder compared to the start of Escape to Nature. So I don't know if with that wind that is blowing a bit harder, if it kind of pushed down the scent of maybe some antelope or something like that. His brother is still completely flat behind that little shrub. He's not too interested in anything for the moment. But even though we do have these hot temperatures, it's so cool to get a little bit of movement from these males. You know, heads up, yawning, trying to catch flies. And I'm still scanning around looking for any potential sign of our caracal. You know, it would be my worst nightmare if this caracal popped out and these male lions did see it and they try to take it out. You know, obviously there's that very characteristic competition amongst the predators of where these lions would probably kill it, not to eat it, but because it is another predator and you know, they're not going to tolerate it. One of my friends sent me a video the other day that he took. They were following a female leopard, and out of nowhere these two lions burst out the bush and grab to register what's actually happening. But I mean, it's a high intensity sighting, but not something that you really want to witness, not something that you want to happen. And down he goes. Got himself a nice, comfortable spot once again. Alrighty, I think if our male's looking to hide himself in those longer grasses, let's take you across to Okukuyo and see what Lisa's got for us.
Thank you, Nick. Rolf, yes, you are currently in the lead with lions and cheetahs. But yes, touche on that one. Nick is just sitting on the side saying, no, I'm not going to choose any sides, you know. But can you find us this? Springbok, zebra, wildebeest, oryx. The beginning of the Abdom stork's arrival. Can you do that? That is the true question. I do not think you can pull that off. But that is the amazing thing that we get to have at Wild Earth, is the absolute diversity that we see every single day. And I'm not specifically just talking between locations. I mean, even here at Okukuyo, even at Djuma, you know, every single day is a new day. It's a new challenge and adventure and just really a journey. Because, you know, okay, all that. Whew. Goodness. Aren't we a dainty Pavonia being dramatic? Machis, you need to calm down. I don't know what happened between the two of you. Does he owe you money? What's the story? Oh, these animals, you see, like that. I can't anticipate that. You never know what's going to happen. Is that oryx limping now? Yes, see now. I'm going to... These animals have to be scolded. I think... So if you look, literally 11 o'clock of this oryx that is head on towards us, 11 o'clock of that oryx on the other side of the waterhole. Yes. Thank you very much. That oryx is now limping. Do you feel good about yourself? Do you? Do you feel better? Did you achieve anything? Did you really show him his boss? No. Just gave him a limp. Look at him. So proud of himself. You should be ashamed. Shame on you. No, I'm kidding. It's what happens out here. It's never fun seeing if or when animals do get injured. But that oryx came off a little bit easier. And we've got impalas arriving as well. I think, let me quickly go show you the hippos in Djuma and then we'll come back to Ukukoyo. Oh my soul. They were literally just... Thank you, Hippo, for acknowledging us. Now, there is still some speculation as to one of them is Dewey. I do not think so. First of all, in my personal opinion, these hippos, in terms of skull and body size, are a little bit smaller than Dewey, I would say. And also, Dewey is not very tolerant of male hippos from what we've seen and from what we know. Again, I could be wrong, but as I say, the biggest thing for me is I think these hippos are a little bit smaller than Dewey. And again, that's a personal opinion. I could be completely wrong. Unfortunately, these animals forget to put on their name tags every single day. And yes, they do have characteristics and things that we can identify them by. But it's a little bit difficult if I can only see your bottom, a little bit of ears. Oh, what is making these bubbles? Tiny bubbles. I'm literally anticipating anything today. Anything and everything. And even if we don't see Marips again, even if we don't get a good glimpse of these hippos, I would say it has been a successful day so far. And now I'm not referring to Nick and Roll's wonderful cats, yippee for them, but I mean at the waterhole specifically as well. Zoe, you would like to know if the crocs left the dam? Yes. Maybe we should call it Elvis now and not Snapple anymore. But yes, the croc has left the building and the dam. It is not too far away though, if I'm not mistaken. It is, I think the last time we had an update, it was in a quarry close to Buffelshoek Dam. That is the last update I know of. I could be misinformed, but it's not too far away from here, so it would be interesting to know, why did the crocodile leave? Again, I still stick to my opinion and my hypotheses. I think it was a female that came to lay her eggs. I could be completely wrong. Unfortunately, I never got a good... We did see it a lot, but I never got a good enough glimpse of it to be able to see if it's a male or female crocodile. But that is just, again, a personal opinion. Oh, hello! Are you now finally going to show us a little bit more than just your beautiful eyes? Zachary, you would like to know if crocodiles leave their eggs after they've hatched them, or laid them. Yes, for the most part. However, as I say every single day on Escape to Nature, never put animals in a box. It's not, don't think that there's never been a case where, what example can I use there? Yeah, let's go with a crocodile one. It's not necessarily to say that there's never been a female crocodile that's laid eggs close to the waterhole that she's found generally, and then she doesn't stay there. They don't take care of their eggs. So the thing is, she will generally move off to a different waterhole. She'll dig an actual hole and then she will lay the eggs. And of course, very interesting with the incubation or the temperatures of the eggs while they are being incubated. If it is between 31 and 35 degrees Celsius, generally it will hatch as a male, and then 26 to 30 degrees Celsius, it will hatch as a female. And with tortoises, who are also, of course, reptiles, it will be the other way around. Now, Zachary, crocodiles do lay a lot of eggs. They can lay anything up to 50 to 70 eggs. However, if those eggs are found by other crocodiles, by baboons, by vervet monkeys, mongoose, monitor lizards, they eat them. So not a lot of the eggs actually hatch. Also, the smaller crocodiles get feasted on by birds of prey, also monitor lizards, also mongoose if they do catch them on land in the rare occasion. So anything out here is possible. And you can also imagine with just one sex being hatched, it's not a lot of diversity in terms of gender for that species. But all of that being said, as I say, not a lot of the eggs actually make it to adulthood. Crocodiles are wonderful creatures. They can become very, very old, 150 years plus. However, if you've got so many eggs that are vulnerable, then it becomes a little bit difficult. So one out of all of those eggs will actually survive and become an actual fully grown adult big crocodile. Which is sad, if you think about it.
At Wild Earth, we are dedicated to bringing kids into the wild on our live, free, interactive safaris. Many of you will remember that we used to do this on a daily basis prior to the pandemic. But now, courtesy of our Wild Earth Explorers, we're aiming to take schools back into nature permanently. We'd like to extend an extremely heartfelt thanks to our Wild Earth Explorers who have helped us touch the lives of so many children.
And earlier on I was talking about, I wonder what's going through the minds of the 3 buffaloes that are on the loose in Kempton Park, and the lion that is on the loose not too far away from Pretoria in Gauteng. This is all happening in South Africa. Yes, you heard that correctly. Only in South Africa. But what is going through these hippos' minds? Are they planning? Perhaps we should go check out another waterhole. What do you think, Fred? Yes, Bob, I think that sounds lovely. Can we please not discuss that now? I'm getting my tan on. Yes, but I'm just thinking, what shall we have for lunch? Bob, please, I'm trying to focus on getting the perfect tan, the perfect look. I am looking for a lady. I've not yet smelled anyone. Nick, first of all, so just so you know, Nick is apparently whispering to Max in FC. Oh, tell Lisa to grab the camera and go look at those animals that are found in Johannesburg if she doesn't want to stay in the office. First of all, I never said I don't want to be in the office. That is not what I said. I just said to Rolf, it's not fair that he can go look for all of the cats, by means of having a competition. We're a little bit limited at the waterholes. We can't go look for them, by means of driving around. But I would, Nick. If you dare me 2 times, then it doesn't take a lot to convince me. I'm just baffled. How did it happen? As I say, there's no actual information. Oh, I apologize. You've got a very devious button on the Juma Dam cam that allows you to do that. So I apologize if you just fell off your chair. But anyway, I won't make you dizzy. I'm going to send you back to Rolf so we can see what he's up to.
So we left our sleepy lions and we've headed in the direction where the 3 male cheetah was spotted earlier this morning. And coming down here, this little waterhole in the Northern Territories, it's often got some special animals. And there we've got some Cape Mountain zebra, but also some blue cranes. Fantastic. They are South Africa's national bird. They're actually quite threatened at the moment, so their population numbers are in big decline. And so it's quite sad because we hope that we don't lose our natural and national heritage in our national bird, the blue crane. But here they find a very safe haven on the Amakhala Game Reserve. And what beautiful birds they are. They're normally very shy, so quite difficult to get very close to them. And unfortunately down there next to the water, for some reason, we don't get very good signal. So I've taken the chance just to get a viewpoint from up top here and overlook. And the zebra also are quite skittish, especially if you go next to the water, and they run off. So it's nice to see them from a distance and they can just continue on with their natural behavior. There's one sort of harem there with that group of zebra. You'd think that there's 1 stallion and then 4 females. So Jimmy, no, they do nest on a sort of scrub and brush. They make on top of these thicket type bushes that we have here. So they do get themselves off the ground, and they use it's a little bit like what the secretary birds do, but not quite as elaborate. They don't make it as deep as that. But as with all the cranes, that's the way that they nest. Now it looks like these zebra have actually taken themselves right into the water, like they do at Okukuyu. Yes, they have in fact. So that's what they do when there's no danger of crocodiles. There aren't any crocodiles down here in the Eastern Cape. There's a few theories as to why not. Some people say that it doesn't maintain enough heat in this pot to for the eggs to incubate. But I think more so with the rivers that we have here, the natural rivers that occur, very clay banks. And where crocodiles need to nest in the sand, they need to go out and dig holes and lay their eggs in it. It needs to be very soft sand, because when when the babies hatch, they obviously start calling, and then the mother comes back and opens up the hole and gets them all out. And with the soil that we have here in the Eastern Cape, lots and lots of clay soil. When it's wet, it's very soft and it's mushy, but when it's dry and hard and the sun has been on it, it becomes like concrete. So I think the crocodiles have probably found, if there were any ever here, that they wouldn't be able to open the nest up again. And so the eggs would be encased inside a tomb. And I believe that that is the real reason why you don't get crocodiles down here in the Eastern Cape. But maybe there is a little bit of the temperature factor added to that. But I definitely think it's got a lot to do with the substrate on the banks of the river for nesting.
Wildlife forward.
So there is someone just calling me on the radio. I just want to answer. Standing by.
Morning, good. Any luck of those choices this morning?
We didn't, but the last locks, they actually found them. They were right up in the corner, their usual spot.
Okay, copy. I think they moved.
Okay, they were up and down the fence, and then they said they might have moved closer here to Jojo's. So I'll check a little bit further south here.
Okay, copy.
So it's some of the other guys that have just gone to go look for the cheetah. So it's actually helped me, because I don't need to go right up into the corner that I was going to go and look. But with the sun having come out like this now, and it's getting really hot, there's not too much wind to cool us down. Maybe they've just headed into a thicket and gone in the shade. That's generally what happens. Our blue crane's still moving through the grass there. Yes, and Vince just telling me a little bit on the local sort of traditional beliefs or standings of the blue crane. And here I do know that the Zulus as well as the Xhosa people, they do hold the blue crane in very high stead. And you see a lot of the old traditional warriors would be presented with the feather of a blue crane for bravery. And you do see that depicted in a lot of the sort of royalty dress attire. You do often have the blue crane's feather in that, along with leopard skins. That was always adorned for the royal sort of the people within the tribe or the culture that were royalty. Leopard, very high stead, as well as the blue crane. Their feathers were presented to soldiers for bravery, and obviously royal highness type people, chiefs and kings, etc. So, and I think that's a lot to do with why, also not just because it's a pretty bird, but with South Africa adopting it as the national bird, it does go through quite a few different cultures with the beauty that they do possess. And they got beautiful plumage. And when I talk about the feathers that were sort of, well, are used still in those traditional dresses and attire, it's all the tail feathers you can see. It sort of has quite a mix of the grey, blue colour plus the black at the end, and they're very long as well. So it does make for quite elaborate dress when put onto different headdresses that a lot of the Xhosa and Zulu people wear, and sometimes also going on into the sort of neck or necklace type stuff. But it's mainly in the headdress that they would put them on. Well, the zebra really enjoying the water. There is a South African shelduck in there as well. There's two of them, both foraging, bottoms up. I don't know if they both are South African shelducks. The one definitely is on the left. I think the right might be too. But you often see them with Egyptian geese as well. There are some Egyptian geese off on the right with little chicks, I must add. So quite special here on the Amakhala Game Reserve, where you can see these particular and unique animals in the black wildebeest, the Cape Mountain zebra, and here obviously the blue crane. It's not animals that you see everywhere, so it's quite nice that we get to see them regularly and of such a variety of different special animals. So these are the kind of special animals that we get here. I know that at Kariega, I'm sure Nick would also be able to tell you that the Nerina trogons there, it's incredible how many there are there, how much they call, and how often you get to see them. I would love to know if he has seen any on his traverse there. But when you go for your morning coffee, at Main Lodge, looking down onto Scotia Dam, where Nick spends a lot of his time and where I did too, the Nerina trogons calling there in the early morning dominate all the other birds, so you can hear them loudly booming out of the valleys and in the thickets. You don't often get to see them unless you actually drive into the valleys themselves and then sit very quietly. And what a Nerina trogon often does is he flies, because he's got a very red breast. So you'll see this sort of quick flash of red, but then they land on a branch and they turn their backs to you, so you can't see it. So you see the flash of red and then you look for it in the bush, but they turn the green back that they have and they look over their shoulder at you so that you don't see the red. And then it's difficult to spot them. And in so doing, camouflage themselves in the thicket. So you've got to look for a little bird looking over its shoulder. They're a medium-sized bird, not tiny, but very, very special indeed, and very rare. And a lot of birders, that's on top of their list to see. But there at Kariega is probably the best place that I've ever been for that. I know that there are a lot in Hogsback as well, a little bit closer up towards the mountains, but Kariega has to be one of the best ever. Yeah, so Nick says he's heard a lot but not seen them. That's a very common thing as well. You hear them, you can actually sometimes just see a flash of red, but to actually see it and even photograph it is very difficult. But I'm sure he's going to come right in the end with all the time he's spending at Kariega. Quite peaceful here. These guys just enjoying their little swim in the dam at the bottom there. There is one bull black wildebeest. He's a resident here. He never goes anywhere. That's his territory. But unfortunately, he doesn't have any females in the area for now. So he's a bit of a lonely chap. So, leopard lover. I'm not quite sure what you're referring to because I have so many discussions every day. But the correct word for cheetah. We were discussing it, and there are quite a few origins of the cheetah, and I'm pretty sure that the one is an Arab word meaning spotted. But there is some that also go back towards the sort of speed that they run at. But I think the actual origin is a sort of C-H-I-T-A, like a chitta, not a cheetah. But yeah, there's lots of different theories about that. So no, I've still got the conversation open on that one, and keep on opening up the debates. It's lovely. If you've got any information, send it through to us. Jump on board with us, and we'd love for the debate to continue. It's the same with the secretary birds. There's also lots to be said about that origin. Shh, just listen to the black wildebeest. So that's a sort of territorial call of a black wildebeest. It's not too dissimilar from the cheetah, which is a little bit also bird-like. Now that's one of the calls that a black wildebeest will do, and does that very regularly. And you can hear, when there's lots of them around, you can hear lots of them doing it as well. And then another call that they do is their alarm call, and it's quite a it almost doesn't sound like an alarm call because it's quite a sort of prolonged, it's really weird, and it goes so it's not like the short, sharp, punchy noise that you would expect for an alarm call that you get from a lot of the other animals like impala, kudu, where it's a bark, it's a real bark. This is like maybe it's like a lot of things down in the Eastern Cape. It's just a lot more of a relaxed animal, and it takes things a little bit easier. I don't know, but yeah, we've heard that a lot at night, especially when the cheetah are moving around and the black wildebeest have either smelt them, heard them, or seen them, and then you hear that, and that's the alarm call. So with a blue wildebeest, they do a sort of it is similar, but it's a little bit more, I would say, worthy of an alarm, because it's like a, but it's quicker in its nature. This is sort of a long, drawn out, weird sound, but there's not too many sort of normal things about a black wildebeest, I would say, from their tail to their facial hair, to the way they run around and wave their tails around, and to the way that they call. Very, very special. Just in the background, we did have a Knysna woodpecker call. It's also quite unusual because the call of the Knysna woodpecker makes you think it's a tiny little bird, but it's the same size as all the other woodpeckers, and it's just a very high, shrill squeak. Some bokmakitties calling now too, and the netterkeys and the rufous-naped larks. That's a lot of our common birds that we get around here. But also the Knysna woodpecker, as I say, it's pretty common around these parts. You don't get them around the rest of the country. And that's why they're called the Knysna woodpecker, which is a town not too far. There he went again. Little squeak. Must be just behind us somewhere. So a lot of the birds that are locally common to the Eastern Cape or this region have been named after Knysna, the town that's not too far from us.
We hope that when you watch Wild Earth, you will fall in love with nature. We know that our explorers share a passion for nature and want to make a difference. Wild Earth Schools is back. Sign up to be an explorer and your subscription will help us reach the future conservationists of our planet. Invest in something that truly matters, encouraging children to care for our beautiful Wild Earth. Wild Earth Explorers, make a difference.
So lovely to watch these blue cranes drinking, and just talking about birds that have or have not got gullets. And these blue cranes obviously don't. So they suck up a little bit of water, or they lap at it and then put their heads up, and with the gravity it goes down their throat. Whereas doves, pigeons and some of the bustards have a gullet, so they can drink with their heads straight down. And they can swallow, suck and swallow at the same time. So if you see them on the different dam cams and so on, have a close look at what those birds are doing. And each time you see a different bird drinking, try to work out if it does or it does not have a gullet. So, for any new viewers that have just joined us, welcome aboard as we escape to nature. We're coming to you live from the Amakhala Game Reserve in the Eastern Cape province of South Africa. We've got a few different locations happening at once. We've got Lisa on the dam cams. I'm not quite sure which dam cam she's on currently, but there is always Okokoyo, Mashatu and Juma. And then we've got Nick, who's on the Kariga Game Reserve, and I think he's been with the Lions. And anyway, my name is Ralph Kirsten, and on the camera I've got Umpo with me. Welcome aboard, folks, as we escape to nature. So that is it. We're now also here just in the northern territory of the Amakhala Game Reserve, and down near to a waterhole that has regular visitors that are quite special. And here we have the Cape Mountain zebra with 2 blue cranes that have just come down for a drink as well. And these blue cranes I've seen here quite regularly, so I wonder if they're just staying in this area. They might be nesting or have nested. But not only are these animals special, I challenge anybody to get pictures of Cape Mountain zebra drinking. It's not a common occurrence for anybody to see that. It is very special indeed. So we're very privileged in that we do have a lot of these particular animals on the Amakhala Game Reserve, and we get to view them almost daily. And especially with this kind of setting, which we spoke about it earlier, is absolutely picturesque. Hardly any wind, so it's really making for a beautiful scenario. I'm sure the wind will pick up a little bit later, in an hour or two, as it generally does. If we're lucky, maybe not. It does help to cool things down a bit, so it is nice, really, when it does come. So Simon, that's a good question because, naturally they are isolated. So they're geographically isolated. The Cape Mountain zebra occurs up, in rocky terrain in areas where you don't get the Birchells or Plains zebra. Now, it's interesting because I actually want to look closer into this. Because if you do actually put them together, would they be able to produce viable offspring if they interbred? And in so doing, then obviously you're weakening that gene pool of the 2 particular species, being the Plains zebra and the mountain zebra. Now, when I was up in Namibia recently, a couple of weeks ago, we came across on the Okonjima Game Reserve Hartmann's mountain zebra together with Plains zebra, and they were in one small herd. And I asked the guide, don't they interbreed? And he said, no, they don't. They move together, but they don't breed with each other. So it did obviously sort of, in my mind, not make sense in the fact that they would just move together but not breed. But I'm not saying he's incorrect or he was incorrect. I would just want to look into that a little bit more, because that's why certain animals are not allowed to be kept together, like Bontebok and Blesbok, black wildebeest and blue wildebeest. So I would like to look into a little bit deeper. This, for me, Cape Mountain zebra, very similar to the Hartmann's mountain zebra. It is a different species. We've got the Equus zebra being the Cape Mountain zebra, and the Equus zebra hartmanni of the Hartmann's species, or the Hartmann's mountain zebra. So, but they're still very, very similar. And if they had to breed with the Birchall's zebra, I'm sure that you would have this issue of bastardization of the species, and then landing up with non-viable offspring, or a mule type scenario where it would be sterile, and then you can lose a lot of the animal's genetic line. So yes, excuse me, I'm not a geneticist, and yeah, I'm more of an ethologist, looking at animals' behavior and from my experience. But internal physiology and things is not my real expertise, and research on this would really interest me, because, as I say, naturally, geographically isolated, but once you put them together, what would happen? And when we also studied ecology, we were taught that to define a species is if animals are be able to mate with each other and have viable offspring. So that would even mean two different species altogether that could create another. So, for instance, if a mountain zebra had to mate with a Burchell's zebra and you had viable offspring, that would then become either another species or a subspecies of zebra. Whereas if you had to look at, for instance, with the elephants and the desert elephants that we speak of, they're all Loxodonta africana and proven as such because the Etosha elephants can escape the area of Etosha, move into the area of Damaraland, where the desert elephants are most prevalent, mate with them, and they have viable offspring, and they are exactly genetically identical. So there it's just different adaptations for different regions, but they are still the same species. When you have a horse mating with a donkey, you end up with a mule, and so it's not sort of classified as a new species because it's then not viable offspring. They're sterile. So that's where it becomes a little bit tricky. Can the mountain zebra mate with a Burchell's zebra? And well, I'm sure they can, but what kind of offspring would they have? Now here we haven't seen any mixing of the mountain zebra and the Burchell's zebra. It is possible, although they do have the mountain zebra here on the northerns and the plains zebra on the main reserve, but there is chance for them to move in between the two reserves, but they haven't up until now. Maybe there's no interest, who knows. Anyway, very interesting topic indeed. Now, I think while we just see what else comes down to the waterhole, let's see what's coming down to the waterhole with Lisa.
Thank you, Rolf. Yes, that would be an interesting looking animal. Perhaps a very plain Cape Townian, I don't know. I don't think something like that even exists. Not in South Africa at least. But we've got a blue wildebeest, we've got oryx, we've finally got some of the Abdom storks. I suspect there will be way more still arriving, as we've learned in the past few weeks observing them. But how lucky are we to be able to do all of this, to spend some animals Goodness, what is happening with me today? To spend some time with the animals. I apologize. I will apparently have to drink some more coffee. Sometimes I wonder, how did I do this for 42 days on end? I know earlier on, I think it was Bradley that asked Rolf, what is the general day in the life of a naturalist? And for all of us, it's different. I mean, of course, the roaming naturalists have different schedules than myself and Alex do. For me, I wake up in the morning, I get ready. I spend probably an hour or an hour and a half in traffic. Not because I live that far away, just because I'm city bound. And then I come and spend the day with all of you. However, when I used to be a guide, it was rather hectic. I'm not going to lie to you. We literally got up in the mornings. This is specifically my previous lodge that I was working at. Let's say it was this time of year, so still summertime in the Greater Kruger. Generally, I woke up 3:30, 4 o'clock. Then I would quickly get ready for work, then drive to work, which was literally just a minute away. But then as soon as you get to work, you have to prep your hot box, which is the box that you take with you on safari with coffee and the cookies and the biscuits and everything. So we actually prepared all of that ourselves. We washed our own dishes and, made sure everything was ready for guests. So then you put that on your vehicle. Then, generally, if I had time, I'll have a quick cup of coffee myself just to sort of try and develop a personality for the day. Then after that, you actually have to prep coffee at the lodge as well. Prepare biscuits and cookies and make it ready for the guest as well. And then you have to give them a wake-up call, generally half an hour before we leave. And say, good morning, this is your wake-up call, just making sure you are up. Because they need it, believe me, it's early. And they always used to joke and say, okay, well, who's going to give you a wake-up call? But yes, then we'll have a good cup of coffee and then head out on safari for a good 3, 4, sometimes even 5 hours. That's what I loved about my previous lodge. We actually could determine our own safari time. So there was no set safari times. As long as all of the guests were okay with the time that you've set and everyone's agreed and everyone is happy, then you could literally go on safari whenever you want, whenever you want, wherever you want. Of course, late at night, if you went past safari times, we immediately had to let the anti-poaching team know so that they don't think there's any suspicious activity if it's you driving around. But anyway, then we get back from safari, the guests have breakfast. Generally by that time, I grabbed another cup of coffee. Then we had to wash our own vehicles, which sounds horrible. But I'm one of those weird people that love washing a vehicle. So that was generally my therapy session for the day. Grab a quick bite to eat. And the previous place where I worked, around 12 o'clock, 1 o'clock, we would go to see the elephant swim. And then you get back to lodge, depending on what you have to do for the afternoon. Then you have to pack your cooler box for sunset safari, go on safari, come back, and depending on if your guest wanted to or not, you join them for dinner. But we had to stay up until the guest actually went to their rooms, because we had to accompany them to their rooms because it was not a fenced lodge. So we had to make sure everyone is okay and safe and tucked in. And then you finally get to bed around 11, 12 o'clock. And yes, as I say, I did that for 42 days on end. I don't know how I didn't sometimes. Well, I probably did. I mean, I've been working 5 consecutive days now, and I'm really struggling with words today. I don't know what's happening. I think it's lack of coffee. But I always wonder, especially if I have to get up early for something specific as well. I always wonder, how did I do this for a living? And I miss it. Don't get me wrong. I do miss those days. Hello, Springboky. Do you hear us above you? I always find it so funny when the elephants are on the Djuma Dam camp. They are so tuned in with, of course, noises, as are all animals, you know, when it comes to smell, using their different senses. But particularly the elephants, they are not fond of it if you move the camera whilst they are right under it in Djuma. They can immediately hear it, they don't like it, it sort of startles them. But I wonder how the animals here feel about the camera. Do they hear it? Does it bother them? Not too long ago we had a black rhino right underneath the camera as well, and it was a little bit tricky to see if he was hearing us, because of course they always move around their ears. Jake, good morning, and thank you so much for your question. We love hearing from all of you. Would animals ever make dangerous trek across the pan? Yes, definitely, especially now. If I'm understanding your question correctly, meaning do they ever go right through? What is up with this oryx? You're welcome. That song will now be in your head for the rest of the day. Jake, if I understand your question correctly, you're meaning will they go like right through the water hole if they need to evade something? Yes, definitely, especially now. It is so low. I mean, we see it every day. I'll show you right now, actually. You see, the zebras are so wonderful when they do this. So we've been seeing it a lot as of late, but yesterday we also had quite a few sightings of the zebra foals following their mothers through the water hole. You can see those zebras, that oryx is literally in the middle of the water hole right now, and it's not very deep. So this water hole, the level is rapidly dropping, and the animals are luckily still able to drink and to cool off and all of that. But yes, right now they don't mind. They will literally go right through. But if it gets filled up, it's a little bit, you'll definitely see the change in behavior like we did last year. They are definitely more cautious as to, right now where they are just going in. And I think the animals do pay attention. I mean, all of the other zebras that are approaching are like, hey, Fred's harem is right in the middle of the pen. There must not be a crocodile and it's really low, so let's go in. I don't know if that's what the zebra sounds like or if that's what they think. But I think they definitely do pay attention. But you'll see when it is fuller, they definitely have more caution when approaching the water hole. But to some extent, I think the animals sort of learn as well, and I almost want to say become a little bit complacent with regards to going into water holes. But they always have to be vigilant. You never know when a crocodile has come through and has come over to say, hello, my other water hole has also dried up. I would like to now join all of you. But definitely, you'll see it a lot happening now. They do have to be careful though. They have to be very careful, Jake. The other day, we did see, unfortunately, how a zebra stallion got injured very severely. It actually broke the bottom part of its leg instantly as it ran out of the water. It was fighting with another zebra as well, so that did not help the situation. But I do think the rocks make it a little bit tricky. But that being said, it's amazing to see how well these animals navigate their paths over the rocks, through the rocks, and really just adjust and adapt to know that, okay, well, this is the sort of route we have to follow. This is the type of topography that we are dealing with. It really is incredible to see how just all of these animals, I mean, if you look at the springbok right now, how do they know there's water there? Yes, they probably smell it. We've seen elephants doing that multiple times, pulling out water pipes. I've had it so many times in my past on various reserves and in parks where the elephants literally just rip out the water pipes because they can smell that fresh water. But these springbok, if you are looking at them now, is it a monkey see, monkey do behavior? They see all of them, you know, all of a sudden losing their head, literally. What is happening here? And then they also go take a sneaky peek, or do they smell it? Have they learned by now? This is the time of the year that it's very dry, the water hole is dry, so let's see if there's anything in the pipe. It's amazing when you think about it. Leopard lover, you would like to know when did we have time to wash clothes. So I can't speak for the other naturalists with regards to the places they've worked and specifically, you know, where they are right now, if there's services, if it gets done for them. I know Taylor was mentioning the other day, her one shirt was drenched or soaked from the rain, and she just had it on a chair and then it blew into the mud. It was a very funny story, but I don't think that's how generally they get their laundry done. I do think they have some help. However, for me, leopard lover, this specific lodge that I was referring to now, so initially, like your, let's call it personal clothes, we had to wash ourselves. But you know, your uniform, your normal clothes that you could give to the actual housekeeping ladies, and they would take care of it for us. But that being said, after COVID, after lockdown, when we returned to the lodge, it was not allowed anymore. With, you know, that makes perfect sense. So then after that, we did our own laundry, which there's still machines and things for, so it's not like we had to walk down to the river and do it. But yes, then you just sort of, I don't know, you made some time somehow. I think back on this often, and my mother also often refers to, you know, back when she was teaching and there were three of us, and she doesn't know how she got around to taking all of us to our different activities and still being a mom, still cooking, still dominating at her job. I always think of myself that way as well. How did I do everything and still do it with a smile? Go through all of these things. You really are sleep deprived sometimes. Believe me, you can ask any ranger in the bush. If they get enough sleep, they'll probably tell you no. Oh, Max, you're on it today. But yes, it's I think you just do it, much like the animals, you know, you just adapt. But it works a little bit different at Wild Earth. As I say, I can't speak for the roaming naturalists. If it's any consolation, leopard lover, I do have more than enough time now to do my laundry, to cook, to get things done like a normal human being. But I have no idea how I did it for 10, 11 years. But it was a wonderful time indeed.
The state of our planet is now critical. Children are the future conservationists, and it is more important than ever that we reach them. By encouraging them to understand nature, love it, and interact with it, we hope that they will want to preserve it. At Wild Earth, we are now able to bring back our Wild Earth Schools program, thanks to our explorers. Thanks to you guys for helping to reach kids from all over the globe and teach them about nature. Wild Earth Explorers, making a difference.
Elephant, is your name Parips? I apologize, everyone. I can't speak today. I don't know what's happening. Elephant, is your name Maribs the second? But at least we have an elephant. I am super grateful for that. I'm sure all of you are as well. Even when we do just get brief glimpses of the animals, you know, I always feel so lucky. Of course, they have no idea that we are here. Ooh, elephant. If you can, perhaps just flush out this leopard of ours if he is still around. That would be wonderful. You never know. When there's one elephant, there might be another. Just making sure. Again, with the help of one of our wonderful zoomies. There he goes. Just see the glossy back from the water. We can still see you, elephant. But it is incredible, you know, when you are actually tracking them, looking for them. It's incredible to see how quickly they can disappear into the bush, how quickly or how long they can camouflage in the bush. I mean, if they are not breaking branches and trees, you could literally drive past a herd of 100 elephants easily, without struggle. I've had that so many times, and many of you do know that they are my favorite animals, so I always love showing them and sharing them with guests. Of course, all of the other creatures as well, big and small. But I can tell you many stories of numerous times where I've literally... You're almost at the point of giving up, and then one of the elephants are like, okay, everyone, that's enough. Let's just give her a little bit of a break, and then finally they show themselves. And then it makes it all so rewarding. No, I don't want that piece. I don't want that piece. No. That salad is not for me. I don't like the smell of it. I don't blame you. It is a silver cluster leaf tree, so... No judgment from our side, elephant. Just having a look around to see if we have got some more elephants. But as you can see, our two hippos are also still around. Picasso, you would like to know if elephants ever get overweight. What a funny question. I've never thought about that. I don't think so, no. For me personally, I've never encountered or seen one. But also, if you think about it, they don't retain a lot of the food that they do eat, which is not great for them. Shame they don't have very good digestion. So even the little bit of food that they do get, doesn't get digested very well and properly. There you are, beautiful. Thank you, Snoozy. Our wonderful Zoomy helping out. Finally. Oh, and I think this is this not the tree where where Marips was at? No, this is not the tree. Got very excited. But no, Picasso, unfortunately, unfortunately for them, they do not retain a lot of what they eat. I personally am yet to see an overweight elephant. But you never know, never say never. Perhaps in a zoo situation where they get fed too much and, in those areas or in a lot of sanctuaries and things like that, they do get fed. I don't want to say unnatural food, but sometimes that is the case. For me personally, I've witnessed that in South Africa, going to a zoo where, yes, literally they had so many oranges for the elephants. So much boskos, which is sort of like a compacted lucerne, but I actually did research on the boskos that they used, because I'm one of those, I'm a Karen when I go to a zoo or to like a sanctuary or rehabilitation center. And when I say Karen, I mean that with the utmost respect. I know a lot of you know what that means with regards to the memes that we see so often. It is the same tree, I think. No, it's not. And those elephants actually got fed so many oranges, and yes, it's good, they enjoy the treat and everything, but I almost want to say to a point where it was too much sugar for the elephants. It got to a point where it was not healthy and sustainable for them anymore. So it's possible, Picasso. I don't know. For me personally, I can't say that in the wild I've seen an overweight elephant. Because again, just like Mother Nature intends to, if everything is left alone and functions organically and naturally as it should, then yes, they don't get overweight. But I do think we need to go over to Okokoyo, Max. We've got some visitors there as well. Look at this, not one, not just two, but 3 elephants. Oh, this is awesome. I'm super happy. I don't know if any of you share the excitement and the joy. Do let me know. How does this make you feel? But how incredible is this? And we do see these bulls frequently. 2 of them are always together. And I know I mention this often. It's just for our new viewers that don't perhaps know the dynamics of the animals in the different locations. 2 of them are actually always together, and then one of them is sometimes with them, other times not all the time. Lizette, you are saying elephants here, elephants there, elephants everywhere. Rolf, top that. No, I'm kidding. I know Rolf has shown us many a times on Escape to Nature elephants. But I think how lucky have we been? We've seen hippos, elephants here, elephants in Juma, like Lizette is saying, and we saw a leopard this morning, very briefly, but it happened. It counts. And now we've got these 3 beautiful bulls coming around. So if you are wondering, and if you were watching yesterday, we did see that bull, that very young cheeky bull. So he's not one of these. These are 3 older bulls, and you can see that by their tusks. For me personally, that's how I ID these 3. They've got very interesting tusks. This one on the left you can see has got thick tusks, but it's very sharp at the edge. The one on the other end, I think the one on the right is the one that's usually by himself. I just want to check the middle one. I always get them mixed up if the 3 of them are in fact together. But he's got very sort of stump and shorter tusks, but still very thick. Whereas the bull that we saw yesterday, also by himself, he's got very, I almost want to say thinner tusks, if that makes sense. How lucky are we today? Oh, I hope they stick around for a little bit. I actually hope they do go into the water and do that whole splashy splash thing with the leg. I really enjoy when they do that. Oryx is just being very polite, coming over to introduce himself. Good morning. If you need anything from us, let us know. Please just know that the water levels are currently very low and we have to consider each other. Please do not slurp up all of the water, and please do not splash out all of the water. Thank you. Have a wonderful day, gentlemen. Nothing quite like an elephant bottom. Ayanda, you would like to know if elephants get cravings like human beings when they are pregnant. I know Lauren has spoken about this before. I'm just trying to recall what she said. I know that elephants, I mean, we can't say if elephants do or don't, but there was something specific that Lauren mentioned about cravings in general that's found in humans. I can't remember now, but anyway, no. Ayanda, that would actually require me to be an elephant or to go into the mind of a functioning, living elephant. I cannot tell you that. I don't think so. It would be difficult for me to tell you. Because elephants are pregnant for 22 months, and like a lot of the other animals, you can see this animal is already very big. So you can only towards the end see that they are pregnant. So that would actually be a very difficult thing. I can try to research that a little bit and find an article or two. But I don't think so. You never know. As I always say, I do firmly believe that animals do have their own dynamics and personalities. But I don't think so. What would they crave though? I'm really feeling like the roots of marulas, a marula tree I mean, and then I want to squeeze the marula fruit because I want the juice on the roots, but I don't want to eat them simultaneously. That's not going to work for me. I don't know, perhaps that's what's going on in their mind. I don't know, Ayanda, but I'll try to find out for you. However, that being said, as I always say, we can interpret as much as we want. We can observe as much as we want and do all of the research and everything, but it would require us to go into the actual mind of a functioning, living animal in the wild. Because remember, animals in the wild and animals in captivity are different when it comes to a lot of things. Because they get treated differently, they've got different challenges, etc., etc. But I think we're meant to actually just wonder about some things, and yes, we can make up our own theories and perhaps have our own opinions on these things, but I don't think everything is meant to actually have an answer in nature and to be figured out. Why are these storks standing like this around here right now? Yes, I can look on my app. You can get onto Google and research it. I can grab my bush Bible. But we don't know what's happening in their minds. We don't know what's happening in the minds of the springbok, the zebra. We don't know what happened to them last night, last week. Are they perhaps traumatized by something? Starbuck, look, your weird and wonderful birds are here. Thank you so much for the compliment. I really, really appreciate that. Saying you like my commentary. This is what happens, You think it's interesting now. You should have seen me when I was in the bush. You don't get out a lot. You don't really have a social life. So then eventually we just start to talk to the animals and make up our own soap operas. Think what is happening in the lives of the animals. But thank you, Starbuck. I'm glad you're enjoying it. Hopefully the rest of you are humoring us as well. I just want to see once again how many storks are actually here, because it's not that many today yet. Yes, we'll probably receive some more for the day. You never know. But what a beautiful day. Blue skies, sunshine. These truly are my favorite days. Kirsten, you would like to know which animals are the biggest predators of elephants. Well, in my personal opinion, probably any brave or stupid lion. No. Lions can go for them, but again, that would have to be a very hungry, very brave lion. Oh no, don't like that elephant. Goodness, why can't we all just get along? But yes, lions, it could potentially happen. And again, that would have to be a very injured or blind or deaf elephant that they go for. But to answer your question brutally honest, humans. We are the biggest predators, not because we eat them, but because we are their biggest enemy. Not just in terms of, killing them for their tusks and things like that, but in a lot of places, especially the national parks in southern Africa, people set snares, and these snares aren't put down with a tag saying this is meant for a lion. Please do not step on it, elephant. I mean, animals are going to step in it, they're going to get caught in it. I've often told you guys about Kanyisa, the pink elephant in Hoedspruit. When she was found, she had a massive snare, and the wire had actually sort of rusted in her mouth already by the time she was found. And animals can't predict those things. They don't know this is not good for me. Just like sea turtles in the ocean don't know that, oh, that plastic bag that looks like jellyfish, perhaps I shouldn't be eating that. So Kirsten, lions can go for them. It's possible, it's not probable. However, that being said, humans are their biggest enemies. But of course, with regards to poaching as well, they are still, to this day, can you believe it, they are still killed for their tusks and for their hairs and for their eyelashes, and really, if you think about it, all sorts of stupid things. That elephant did not like that. Oi! Who arranged for you to take off for flight? Were you cleared? No, you were not. Can't just be flying over here and then giving me a fright. Look at this oryx patrolling. Don't mind me, I'm just checking that you don't go over your limit of drinking water today. Carry on, gentlemen, as you were. I will give you an alert as soon as you've reached your limit. And the elephant's on the right is saying, excuse me, who are you? Who made you president of Okukoyo Waterhole? I will drink as much as I like. Look, I can even take up to 30 liters at a time. Lovely. But remember, as we are watching all of these amazing animals every single day at all of our different locations, we want to know what amazing sightings have you had from wildlife all over the world. It doesn't just have to be African animals, and it doesn't have to be a recent sighting. Please do let us know. What have you seen? Did you see a hyena and a lion fighting and the leopard coming along and breaking up the fight? Did you perhaps see a bald eagle fight with a moose and then a rabbit came along and took a picture of it? No, I'm just talking nonsense now. But please do let us know. Share that with us. Go onto our website and you can just click on content creator. And again, please don't think, well, this isn't a great sighting, it probably won't be worthy. Anything that you think we might be interested in, share it with us. You can, of course, earn money, you can see your name in the credits, you can win some prizes. And in the meantime, we also get educated. There's so many sightings, that I've had guests that they saw that I'm just like, oh, I've always wanted to see that. just trying to figure out. So don't tell the other two. But one of these 3 elephants are my favorite here in Ukukoya. I'm just trying to figure out which one. Not because I'm now deciding, just because I have to see the actual faces and tusks. Because as I say, 2 of them are always together. The one sometimes join and then he'll take off and do his own thing again. I think it's the one on the right. Ooh. Mr. Oryx is going to give you a warning just now. You will be paying a fine. Wouldn't that be something? If elephants realized, like, if animals could tell them, hi, excuse me, sorry, like, our water hole is dry and we know you drink all of the water, but can you just please, perhaps, when you do find yourself at a man-made water hole again, and, you know, it's been filled by the very friendly lesser spotted Homo sapiens, can you perhaps just slurp up a little bit and bring some over here? Imagine that. Monique, you are saying that you're a writer, so you're hearing some of the things that we come up with for the animals is amusing and inspiring. You're glad you're not the only one that does it. Ach, Monique, anything for you. I'm also I wouldn't call myself a writer, but I like to write. What do you write, Monique? Songs? Books? Poems? Theses? I would love to hear what you write about, Monique. But thank you. I'm glad you are enjoying my craziness. As I say, I think it's a lack of coffee today. And it's my own fault. Don't worry. We do get coffee at the office. And biscuits. It's just I haven't gotten up and made any. So I should probably just start there, right?
Wild Earth's mission is an expensive one, but we know that our live experience is important to so many people that cannot afford to pay for it. We have added a donate button to our website. By donating, you are directly helping us share our free nature experiences with the world. We want Wild Earth to reach children, budding conservationists, and the less fortunate. A little money goes a long way. You can make a difference to someone today.
If you are just joining us on Escape to Nature, you have been missing out. However, you have luckily joined us just in time. We've got some beautiful elephant bulls at Okukuyo in Namibia. And of course, this is one of the dam cameras that I, Lisa, your waterhole naturalist, monitor. This one as well as Gowrie Dam. And today at Gowrie Dam, we have also seen an elephant, hippo, Marips the leopard. However, it was so brief, I don't even know if it happened. I mean, I'm doubting it now. But Rolf has also had Mpumulela, the cheetah in Amakala, as well as some lions. Nick has had some lions. It's been a productive and a busy day. But as always, we are live, we are interactive, and we love hearing from you. So please do get in touch with me. All of you wonderful viewers have been very, very awesome with humoring me and my craziness today. But please do keep your questions, your comments, your suggestions, everything coming. And remember, if you are watching on the app or on our website, you can just register, and that way you can stay updated and keep in touch with us. However, if you are following us on YouTube, remember to subscribe, and that way you can keep updated with everything that we share with you, that we show you. But I'm so grateful to be sharing this with all of you. How lucky are we? It seems like Patrick, our policeman, aka the Oryx, has taken off. He doesn't want to scold the elephants anymore. I think, I could be wrong, but I think this one springbok is trying to sort of tell them. It's sort of like, you know, when you've got a sibling or a friend and you want to have a sleepover, or I remember with me and my brother specifically after school, we would have to ching chong chow, who's going to ask mom if we can stop for McDonald's. It's probably like that. The animals are like, no, you tell them. No, you tell them. I'm not going to tell them. Just tell them. They're drinking up all the water. I'm not going to tell them. I don't want to die today. Thank you. I'm leaving now. You see that one springbok is saying now, wimp. And he's leaving. I apologize for the silence. You see, I need coffee. I feel very silly now. I've literally had a 5-minute conversation with myself and did not realize that I had put my microphone off. I apologize, everyone. Penelope, you had a question. How do elephants know how deep the water is, or how do they check? That's funny. So now I obviously have deja vu. Penelope. So elephants they don't check. I mean, generally, if they are calves, they'll be a little bit more cautious, particularly, in terms of checking for crocodiles as well and making sure. But elephants, for me personally, from what I've seen in my experience, they sort of just venture off into the water. And so do the other animals, particularly at this waterhole. I mean, we've seen now, I assume the zebras look at each other and then they're like, okay, well, they haven't gotten eaten by anything, so it should be fine. The water level comes up to that one's stomach, and then the mom stays on the side and she's like, Charlie, love, you just stay on the side. Mommy's just going for a quick dip and a cocktail. I'll come fetch you just now. It's just a little bit too deep for you. But I don't think they check, Penelope. I think they sort of just venture in and take it from there. I'm sure many of you have seen footage as well when they are crossing those huge and deep rivers. You'll sort of just see the snorkels sticking out, which they use for breathing. But elephants, I mean, for the most part, they aren't really bothered. Even if they do encounter hippos in the water, they'll deal with it as it comes. But that being said, it does happen that they sometimes get ambushed by crocodiles, for instance, if they are just on the side drinking water. There's actually quite a few elephants in Kruger that have a piece of their trunk missing, and that is from getting snapped at by the crocodiles. Oh gosh, I can't believe I just did that. I literally had a fat conversation with myself now just before explaining all that to you. And sadly my mic was off, so good chat, Lisa. I feel rejuvenated after that. Monique, you are saying that you write books, fantasy and contemporary genres. Wow. That's interesting, Monique. I think you and I should get in touch, exchange ideas. Not that I can do any of that, but perhaps I can just give you some crazy ideas. That is super fascinating. Thank you for sharing, Monique. Oh, I wonder if this elephant's actually going to chase away the zebras on the other side. Can you imagine how heavy that trunk must actually be? Alright, well, I'm going to grab some coffee. I'm going to get some coffee. I'm going to go get coffee so I can wake up. And for now, I'll send you over to Nick.
Alrighty, welcome back to Kariega. And we are still sitting with our coalition of 2 dominant male lions. And they've been shifting and doing their thing, trying to find some solid patches of shade. They did kind of leave or move out of that very open spot that they were in initially. You can see they have got themselves a nice little patch of shade here. Quite a small little guari bush that they're taking refuge under. But they're doing pretty well to tuck themselves up there in and amongst all of that shade. So earlier on, the last time you were with me here, the one male was kind of lifting his head, doing quite a bit of smelling. Then they kind of both went and rested in the shade where they are now, and all of a sudden they both lifted their head up and looked again in the direction where they were kind of smelling earlier. Something definitely got their interest. And then a little later on after that, I did see 2 zebras walking past. But by that stage, they'd kind of put their head back down. So I'm not too sure if they did see those zebra. I assume it was them that got their interest. But remember, they did catch a wildebeest a few days ago. They did feed on a warthog yesterday, as far as I believe. Just a quick little scan around, having a quick sniff there again. So remember, for a predator like a lion, it's really, every movement is going to be judged. You know, they're not going to move for no reason. It's all based on really energy expenditure. So if there's no real reason to get up and move, rest in the shade like they're doing now and move around when it's a bit cooler. Pan up here for you quickly before they are gone. If I can get it in focus for you. You can see there are some giraffe kind of moving around just at the top of the thickets there. Not too far away from these lions. So I doubt it's those giraffe that did get the interest of the lions earlier. But pretty cool that we've got an amazing view here of these lions. We've got these giraffe, there were zebras earlier. And then off in the distance will be the ocean far behind these giraffes. So a little bit of this and a little bit of that here today at Kariega. Nice little bit of diversity. I think that those giraffe can definitely see my vehicle here. I mean, the lions are pretty well tucked up in the shade. But you can see how it does look that they are looking in our direction. Remember, in terms of giraffe spotting things like lion, it's not like there's going to be any type of alarm call or anything like that coming from the giraffes. They'll kind of just stare in a direction. See, our lion's not too perturbed about life. He's quite happy to just continue to rest up in the shade here, living his best life. So just scanning across, there's been constant looking from these lines back in the direction where they were sniffing earlier. The direction that he's looking is earlier where those zebra were. I can't see them anymore. But you can see how his ears are facing forward. He's looking quite intently. So his brother's literally lying just beneath him. He's just behind him there by his bum. Can't really see him from this angle. I'm just having a look around to see potentially what he might have seen. See, he's now looking in the direction of those giraffe. That's what he's seen. Remember, the eyesight of a lion is incredible, so he'll have no trouble spotting those giraffes at least. That's definitely getting his curiosity. I wouldn't say enough for him to get up and try and stalk them. I mean, they're quite a distance off those giraffe. But remember, lions are very instinctive animals. So if something walks past very close to them that hasn't seen them, their instinct to hunt will kick in. You know, even if they're full, they will take that opportunity. You know, for a predator, lions, leopards, cheetahs, they don't know when their next meal will be. So they'll take full advantage of that. But for now, I mean, those giraffe are from here, 300 meters off or so. You know, the crest of the hill where that lion was gazing across is close to a waterhole. So there might have been some animals heading down to a drink. Stephanie, yeah, good observation. He's got a big thick mane, and it will require a lot of upkeep, a lot of maintenance to keep that mane clean. So he'll obviously lick it himself, keeping it nice and clean, and then the mane at the top of the head, to clean that, he would lick his paw, get a bit of saliva on his paw there, and then move that paw through the top of the mane. And then also remember, in terms of the bonding between the two brothers, there'll be a lot of sort of head nuzzling, and then they'll also groom each other, you know, getting those hard to get spots on the mane. But it's definitely a task, you know, definitely a big task to keep that mane clean. And there are quite a few ticks as well in the area. In the little bit that I've walked around from spot to spot, I've seen a few ticks. A few of them have latched onto my legs and things like that. So remember, when they are grooming each other, if they find any ticks in each other's manes, they'll bite those ticks out, they'll pull them out if possible. Quite cool to see how this lion's still just having a gaze in the direction of those giraffe. I think for those giraffe, they're pretty much just moving from A to B. They're just doing a little bit of feeding. But I'm very surprised that this lion has stayed in this little patch of shade here. It's definitely not the most solid patch of shade. You know, scanning around here, there are plenty of other bushes that would provide more adequate shade, I'd say. But you know, if it is floating his boat, if it is working for him, then why not? Quite cool from this angle. You can see how that mane's really kind of being flicked back. You know, the wind is blowing towards him, kind of brushing that mane up a little bit more, and potentially bringing down the scent of certain animals as well. That is maybe what's kind of perked up his interest. Now there we go. I've spotted what he has seen. It looks like there are some impalas quite far away at the top of the ridgeline. Let me have a look and see if I can show you here. Okay, there's our impala and that one zebra just on the left hand side of the frame, potentially the same one that I did see earlier. So I'm pretty sure that's what he's having a look at. From here, pretty much a similar type of distance to the giraffe, probably a good sort of 300 meters or so. It looks like there's actually a second zebra there on the left hand side. There's a third one popping out on the road. So that is definitely what this lion is having a look at. I'm looking back towards the lion and he is staring directly at them. Still just the one male looking up. The second brother's got his head flat right down. Like I was starting to say earlier, there is a waterhole not too far from where these impala and zebra are. To the left hand side, which is kind of north and east of those impala and zebra, maybe around another 200 meters. There is a pretty prominent waterhole. Maybe they've been there for a little bit of a drink and now they're heading off to do a bit of feeding. And you can see those zebras and impala have got absolutely no idea that this lion is here. You can see how everybody's doing quite a lot of feeding there. Nobody's really looking in the direction here of these lions. I mean, they are quite far off, 300 meters or so. But for now, this male just showing a little bit of interest in them, having a good look at them, but not much further interest in terms of potentially getting up and moving closer towards them. I think it's more of a case of this lion's kind of just been having a nice rest, a little midday slumber, and it's just got his attention for a little bit. I don't think it'll hold his attention for all too long. Obviously, if they do continue to get closer and closer, it might be a little bit of a different story. But that may take a while. You can see everybody's doing a bit of feeding. There's no real reason to move very quickly. It's not like the feeding where we are here is going to be much better compared to where those impala and zebra are. I think for those species that we can see, nice that there's lots of sets of eyes and ears. You know, obviously there's no competition amongst the zebras and the impalas in terms of feeding. There's lots of food to go around, but remember the impalas are mixed feeders, so they can feed on some of the leaves and things like that as well. And the wind is definitely starting to pick up a little bit compared to, you know, a few hours ago. I mean, it's nothing drastic at all, but remember the wind does affect the ability of a lot of the prey species to be able to hear as clearly. I think they'll definitely glean a little bit of comfort from each other, knowing that there's plenty of individuals around. And you can kind of see we've got these pockets of open areas. That's what the whole of the sort of the general area here looks like. So lots of potential spots where something could hide up. That caracal that we were talking about earlier was seen in the thickets just to the right of where the zebra are. I did have a good look inside there. I didn't see anything. But everybody nice and relaxed here. Nobody too fussed about life. Try get this guy in focus here. It is super bright out here. Pony rider? No. They don't know that these lions are here. Remember, if they did, they wouldn't have their head down feeding like that. You would more than likely see them stopping to feed. They'd lift their head up, they'd be staring in the direction of the lions. Very good chance that the impalas would start to alarm call as well. There's none of those signs, none of those signals coming from the impala or the zebra. And you can see the male lion just starting to put his head down again now. So like we kind of suspected, had his interest for a moment, and it's gone now. But I think my plan is to definitely kind of stick around here for a little bit longer. Just have a look and see if anything does materialize. You know, if anything, nature does teach you to be very patient. And if you don't try, you don't succeed. You know, I think the likelihood of this lion getting up to go after any of those impala right now is probably pretty low. You know, it's a hot time of day, they look pretty comfy, they have fed relatively recently. And he is really curling up as much as he can in that little patch of shade. Maybe I'll even try and scoot around to the other side just now, just to try and get a shot of him kind of looking towards the camera, and even potentially just try and position the vehicle behind one of the thickets. You know, I don't think there is a massive chance of anything materializing here, but just to kind of conceal the vehicle behind a thicket so that both the giraffes don't see it and even the impalas and zebras don't see it. Just to be as sensitive as possible to the situation.
Thank you, Wild Earth, for this absolutely fantastic prize at Mataya Safari Lodge at Madekwa in South Africa. I joined the Wild Earth Explorer program at its onset in 2019 and have absolutely loved every minute I have experienced in the bush with all the characters of Wild Earth, both human and hairy. Thank you again, Wild Earth.
Sign up today and you could be the one experiencing it for yourself.
But I've only seen male lions kind of actively hunting, sure, just a few times over the years that I've been in the bush. You know, the large majority of the time it has been lionesses that I've seen. And I remember one hunting attempt, there was a pride male. It was just a single male. He didn't have any brothers or anything like that, and he was resting at a waterhole midday. And there was a nice big herd of buffalo that came down to drink, and he had a look at this and he thought he'd give it a crack. And he was a beautiful male, good size. He was somewhere around the age of 5 or 6 years. And you could see he kind of analysed the whole herd before making any type of move, assessing individuals to see if there was youngsters, to see if there were older or injured or sick individuals. He kind of selected this young male of around 2 years, 2.5 years, and he gave it a good crack. He had to run quite far. He probably had to run a good, 50 meters or so, which relatively speaking is quite far for a lion, to chase, especially a big male. And I'd never seen lions hunting buffalo before that, and this lion launched himself into the top of this buffalo, and the buffalo gave a toss of its horn and kind of arched its back a little bit, and the lion flopped off in a very sort of unceremonial way. It was maybe one of the better flops that I've seen. When on TV there's that singing competition, Idols, and at the end of every season they bring out like a little segment of an hour or so of the wooden mic, which is basically the worst singing interviews that have, or auditions rather than interviews, the worst auditions that took place. It's like the cream of the crop of the worst. I feel like this, that little hunting session that I watched with that male, if there was a highlights package of some of the worst lion flops of hunting, that little session there would have made the cut. So, giving the lion a tough time. It's harder than you'd think to catch a prey species. You think about having to stalk within 20 to 30 meters if they can. Often lots of different individuals that have got to, they've got to take care of that. They've got to stalk and stay out of sight. The wind swirls, if it's not in one consistent direction. If there are youngsters in a pride or something like that, often the youngsters, when they get to the age of a year, they think they are the best hunters out and about. When some of your mature animals, your more mature lionesses or fully grown males will know, this is the time to sit tight and wait for the prey species to make a move, because maybe the wind direction is wrong or the cover's not right. Those younger lions make their move too early. And then the pride's back to square one. So it's not easy. You look on average, your predators are probably eating every sort of 3rd to 4th day on average. It's not like they're eating every day. And I think part of the reason for that is because it's not easy to catch prey species. But I think for now, while our impalas and zebras casually graze and our lion keeps a careful eye on them, let's take you across to Lisa and see what she's got for us.
Thank you, Nick. We've still got the hippos. They are just chilling it out. And I've had coffee, so hopefully I will have words now to use. Remember to turn my mic on, all of those things. But the hippos are still taking it easy. And you can see the Egyptian geese are on a field trip. Yes, getting those seeds. The one on this side is like, guys, we're live. You're embarrassing us. Stop it. Eat with your beak closed. No, they're looking at us. Stop it. No, I'm just kidding. You see, this is also why I shouldn't have coffee. It's a very weird balance I have to find sometimes. But as you can see, the hippos are still in the exact same spot. And furthermore, not much has been happening here at the lovely Gowrie Dam in Djuma. it has been fairly calm and peaceful, which is wonderful, you know. It really is great to just spend some time, sit back, relax, even if the animals are not doing anything in particular. Like that one guest I had, that one amazing safari, or few amazing safaris I should say, that went to my lodge manager and literally filed an official complaint because every time they saw lions, the ranger did absolutely nothing to wake them up. How dare I? What a silly ranger I was. I think it's definitely important, you know, from lions to elephants to hippos to even the geese and all of the other animals we see. I think it's definitely... Oh, excuse me. Let me just get rid of this amphibian in my throat. Right, it's left the building, thank you. But I think with all of these animals, you know, it's important to always bear in mind that every single interaction that we do get to see and every behavior that we do get to witness and observe is such a privilege. We are not entitled to seeing these animals, much less entitled to seeing them hunt and seeing them swim and seeing them fight. If we do have those opportunities, yes. Fantastic. Bonus. But absolutely everything they do is crucial for their survival. Shalandra, good afternoon. Thank you so much for joining us on Escape to Nature. You are saying wake them up. If only nature could be controlled like that or manipulated like that. Yes, I know that seems odd, and Shalandra, believe it or not, that is not the first time I've actually had guests complain that we saw animals but they didn't do much. And you know, the thing that I've noticed, and I do want to make it very, very prominent and clear, that for the majority of my career as a guide, I've had phenomenal guests. I've built phenomenal relationships with them, and we really have had that bond on safari. But just like anything else in life, you know, there is the odd one out every now and again. And I've had many a guest, you know, say, as soon as they check in, which I understand, if you're coming for Africa for the very first time and probably the only time in your life, you do want to see all of the animals like you see on all of these documentaries and shows. And they sort of like tell you, okay, so we really want to see a buffalo. We want to see the lion. Okay, scratch that. We want to see the big five. Then we would also love to see lions hunting. We would love to see them on a kill. We would love to see a leopard in a tree. We would also like to see elephants mating. Then you're like, whoa, let me just get my notepad. Let me just take your order, please. And even when you do then have the opportunity to show them the big five, then, you know, as humans, we become more entitled and more spoilt and more demanding. Okay, now we want to see the baby animals. Show us baby lions, show us baby elephants, baby rhino. Okay, now I want to see a hyena riding on a rhino's back while they are chasing an elephant that is trying to mate with a giraffe. You know, ridiculous things. And then you're just sort of like, listen, I know you paid a lot of money to come here, and we appreciate that. For had it not been for that, I probably would have been unemployed, but everything we see out here is a privilege. And yes, you know, there's some really exclusive lodges in Greater Kruger. I used to work at one, and it was an amazing lodge to work for, and in all fairness, and if I'm being very honest, it was very expensive for guests to come there. So I understand that frustration if you have a safari and you don't see a single impala, and this silly girl has been trying to feed you leaves and show you tracks that has nothing to do with you. But at the end of the day, it is so, so important for us to realize that everything out here is so important. I love it when we, you know, on safaris and on Escape to Nature, when the naturalists actually make a point of showing the scotia trees and showing some tracks or the smaller birds or even just bird nests. Because at the end of the day, each and every single organism out here plays a crucial role to the survival, to the existence of the ecosystem, but more importantly for the balance of the ecosystem. So yes, it's great. It's wonderful seeing a leopard in a tree. It's wonderful seeing elephants splash. I know I myself am always demanding elephants. I think I just love them so much I never get enough of them. But everything we see, even on the slower days, as I don't like to call it, but let's be honest, even on the slower or the more quiet days, everything is just so special to see. All of these trees, these are living organisms. There's something happening with each and every single bush, grass, brush. Isn't that amazing to think that without us having to press a button, switch it on, make it work, fix it, everything by itself just does what it's supposed to do out here. But anyway, that is my preach for the day. I just always found it so funny when guests would be, so demanding. And I always, because when you're of course taking guests on their very first safari, you do have to do an intro and you do have to sort of run through some rules and regulations, which is sit down, don't try and get out of the vehicle, don't smoke on the vehicle, don't try and feed a hyena, because yes, that too has happened with me on safari. All of those general, that should be common sense things. And then you also make a point, well, I always did, in saying everything out here is natural. I don't have any control over where the animals go, what they do, what happens. So please just try to embrace and appreciate everything. When we are looking at birds, when we are watching, lions sleeping, absolutely everything out here is natural. And generally, I promise you 99.9% of the times, when I had guests that literally got excited with me for anything and everything, whether it was a warthog or a leaf or flower, generally, for the most part, I had the best sightings with those guests. I swear Mother Nature sort of listens to this sort of thing. I always say the universe listens. But often when I had these really rude, arrogant, demanding guests, we would somehow struggle with sightings. And even, if there were sightings reported on the radio, then often by the time that we got there, the animals left, or they disappeared into the bush, or they were literally just out of sight. Max is saying, serves them right. Yes. And again, I understand it. Excuse me, there's amphibian in my throat. I understand it. If you're spending all of that money, it's your first time in Africa, it's your first safari, it's probably going to be your only safari. You do want to see all of the animals. I understand that. I get that. I've got empathy with that. But once you are going to be this rude, bombastic human being, I remember my very first time I had my own guest on the vehicle. He was actually a wildlife photographer. So he just wanted to see, well, he specifically, I'm not saying that all photographers are like this, but he specifically wanted to see the big and the gory and, the action-packed sightings. So we had a male lion that was on a zebra kill not too far away from the lodge. And bear in mind, I'm qualified, but I'm not experienced. So I too am learning the ropes and, not taking chances with any of the animals. I don't know their behaviors yet, so I'm staying as far away as possible. But anyway, we had a lion sighting. He was on a zebra kill. And this gentleman kept saying to me, please go closer. Go closer, go closer. And eventually, the please was out of the window. And I said to him, sir, I'm so sorry. I am new, I am still learning, but we are close enough. You've got a bazooka for a zoom, so you can, I don't even know why you want to go closer if you want to perhaps get the iris of the lion. But he kept persisting, insisting that we go closer. And then, eventually, me refusing, and this guy starting to shout, The lion got a little bit irritated, and I eventually said to the guy, if you don't stop now, we're leaving. And the lion got irritated, I assume, or Mother Nature just whispered in his ear. Male lion got up, walked right over to my vehicle, urinated on the front wheel, which is where the guy was sitting. He was sitting in the passenger seat, and walked right up to his door, sniffed the door, and then went back to his kill. Literally as if to say, can you please shut up? I'm trying to eat. And by that time, you can imagine that guy himself almost urinated. But that was probably one of my most memorable moments with nature teaching us a lesson. I don't know if I want to be a hippo today or the elephants that were in Okukoyo, busy splashing themselves. I think I'm going to go for the hippo option today. Napping in the water. Sleeping and cooling off. Yes, please. However, elephants can do that too, so I don't know why I said that. But I want to move as little as possible. So in this case, I'm going for the hippo option, please. Just for today. Tomorrow will be elephants again. Oh, man alive. It is so green and lush here. It is really so perfect. Well, hello, Blacksmith Lapwing. It's rather hot today. I expected it to still be a little bit overcast, but that is why my reps left the tree. Probably wandered off for some more shade. Nains, good afternoon. So good to hear from you. But we asked them, what do you want to see? Are you, am I understanding correctly? Did I ask them what they wanted to see? If that's your question, then definitely. If I misunderstood that, I completely apologize. You are more than welcome to send through your question again, just so that I can have clarity. But if that's what you're asking, if I ever asked them what they wanted to see, then definitely, always, when I did the intro with guest, and after the whole preaching, rah, sit down, don't yell, shush, enjoy the animals. No, I wasn't that, I didn't sound that bad. But after all of that, and after saying, just try to enjoy everything that we see, I did ask them, do we have any particular requests? Bear in mind, of course, I am not a miracle worker. I cannot communicate with the animals. Is there any requests you have? Is there anything you would like to see? And often, particularly for me, and I'm not generalizing now, but specifically, South Africans would tell you they want to see a pangolin, which is a highly endangered animal in Africa. For those of you that do not know what they look like, go research pangolin. A lot of people refer to them as anteaters as well. But, ooh, hi waterbuck. But generally South Africans would say pangolins. Leopards was always on the list as well. And what is the other one? Wild dog. And again, I'm not generalizing. That is just, if there were specific requests. But pangolin was always on top of the list. And in Afrikaans, we call a pangolin a itermago. That is always what they wanted to see. And sometimes we did get lucky. I've actually been super ridiculously, stupidly fortunate in my life. I've had 20 sightings of pangolin. And that is just mere luck. Mere luck and blessings from Mother Nature. I know people that have been guiding for 40 years that never seen. Sorry, FC. Apparently the whole FC just gasped at that. And as I say, that is just stupid luck, and I was very, very fortunate. I've been working with some people that has been bushbound for 40 years now, that has never, ever, ever seen a pangolin. Some South Africans that go to Kruger and Greater Kruger and some of the lodges every single year that has never seen a pangolin. So that's why I say, that's the amazing thing about what we do, is the fact that we can share our stories with one another. And I can promise you, there are things that you guys have seen that I am still yearning to see. Who knows if I'll ever see it. But for now, we are seeing some waterbuck. Max is just whispering in my voice. Max, I love how you always do research. He's saying that so much as 1,000 pangolins are being killed every single year just on electrical fences. Now, I won't go too much into that because you guys know how I get. I mean, we're almost at the end of Escape to Nature. You should have brought this up earlier, Max. But no, it's tricky. Fences are there for the protection of animals, but also for human infrastructure. For me, it's a very difficult thing to sort of balance out. But more so, pangolins are sold for their scales. People are using it and ingesting it and saying, it gives you power, just like they ingest the bones and the organs of lions. It's wild. That is all that I will say. But pangolins are also very good with camouflage. So it's difficult to see them, but they really are. It's not like a leopard, they're hiding, you don't see them. They are highly endangered. A pangolin is a very, very rare animal in Africa. I mean, some places, my one friend used to live in the Congo, and she would send me pictures, very upsetting pictures, but she'd tell me, look what they are selling next to the road. And it would literally be pangolins hanging on wires that are being sold, just in general, like a flea market. Which is rather sad. But let's not get sad now. Max, look at the waterbuck. Aren't they pretty? Nance, you are saying, oh, okay, I catch your drift. That, of course, everyone wants to see the cats. I shouldn't even be asking. That is true, but Nance, I will tell you that some people didn't want to see cats. Some people just wanted to see birds. I mean, they weren't opposed to when we did see cats, but they wanted to do a lot of birding. And I have to tell you, that was, for me, that was the biggest struggle if you had a very, very mixed group on a vehicle. So you would have a couple, let's say, because the previous lodge that I worked at, we did not put more than 6 people on a vehicle. Just, you know, to make it more exclusive and give everyone their space and privacy and all of that. And to make it easier for the guide, of course. If you have 5 different couples and all of them have different demands, then it becomes really difficult to manage. But out of your 6 guests, let's say you had a couple that were avid birders. They just wanted to stop for every and any bird possible. Then you've got people that are absolutely happy learning about absolutely everything. They want to see the elephants fighting. They want to see the hippos sleeping. They don't care if you're looking at a giraffe or at a lion. They don't care what the animal is doing. They just want to take it all in. And then you've got a couple that literally just wants to get the pictures of all the action, the big 5, animals hunting, animals eating, and they don't want to hear about it. They don't want to learn about it. They just want to have the pictures to have their selfie that they can post on social media. Now that becomes difficult because the second mentioned people are the easiest to please because, as I said, they don't mind anything. They love everything. When you explain the behaviors of the animals, you know, those are the easy guests. That is any naturalist's dream. Then the birders, those are also our dreams. Because we love birding as well, but then it becomes difficult pleasing your last couple that doesn't want to learn about the behaviors, that doesn't want to stop for every flattering bird or flittering bird. And then you've got a little bit of a dynamic on your hands that you have to balance and juggle, and you really have to try and keep everyone happy. But yes, I always asked, are there any requests? Anything specific you are looking for or that you want to see? And I always made it very clear, I'm not a miracle worker, I can't guarantee that, but I will try my absolute best.
Can you imagine a world without the magic of nature? Without iconic animals like the Big 5? Well, we can't. For 50 years, we have been dedicated to protecting your future and theirs. Help the Endangered Wildlife Trust to protect forever together. Your small change can make a big difference. SMS now to donate and tune in to Mix FM to win exciting prizes.
Woo! If you've just joined us, welcome to Escape to Nature, and thank you so much for choosing to spend some time with us. I'm thrilled to have you on this journey with all of us. My name is Lisa, and I'm the waterhole naturalist. And with the help of one of our awesome Zoomies, we are currently at Djuma, looking around to see if the waterbuck are still here. But you have missed quite the day. We have had lions and cheetah in Amakala with Rolf and Mpho. Nick has had some lions, very sleepy but beautiful nonetheless. We've had some elephants and of course all of the zebras and springbok and storks and oryx and wildebeest in Okokoyo. And then here we've been lucky with an elephant, the hippos. Now we've got some waterbuck, and earlier on this morning we had a very brief glimpse of Marips. He was in a tree, but unfortunately he took off. But that's fine. But if you have missed everything on today's show, of course you can just go to the highlights on the app. I'm still struggling with words. I'll do better tomorrow, I promise. But yes, we'll take all of the best bits for you, and that way you can follow what you may have missed out on today. Just look at them. You are so beautiful. And these are all, of course, waterbuck, everybody together, males. They do have the horns. They are very easy to distinguish. Sexual dimorphism is very obvious. Males having horns, females don't. I've actually not seen our baby waterbuck in a day or two now. I don't know how comfortable I feel saying that, knowing that Marips is also around. Johnny, you are saying you hope that our baby is safe. Yes, I do too. I don't know who of you... I don't even know if I'm allowed to say that. But there's this series, Schitt's Creek, and it's very funny. And the mother, I forget her name now. I'm terrible with names of actors and actresses. But she always says bebe. So I too hope our bebe is safe, John. But I believe so. It's got a very good mom, very attentive. We just have to think happy thoughts. There they go. Well, you are also off to Nick, who's still spending some time with lions. You see, we're teasing you. Showing you elephants, then showing you a lion, now showing you elephants again. What will we show you next? Now, apologies for that. We have lost Nick for a moment, but we'll get back to him, don't worry. Our elephants are still around, can you believe it? I'm really so surprised. It's been over an hour now. And I don't mind. I will spend an hour with him. I will spend 3 hours with him. I will even spend 24 hours with elephants. I really never can get tired of them. But earlier on I was mentioning, I wonder if I want to be an elephant or a hippo today. And I chose the option hippo because, you know, swimming and sleeping, yes please. But technically the elephants are doing the same. They require a little bit more movement though from their trunks. But these elephants, you can see, especially the two on the left, are almost like they are a little bit trippy right now. And that is because they are literally sleeping. You can imagine an animal that is 4, 5, 6 tons can't lie down every single time. It feels a little bit tired. So elephants just switch off one side of their brain and they literally go onto autopilot while they are still able to drink or to feed or even to nurse. I've seen that, a mom sleeping while she is nursing. So all of them right now are just taking it easy. I'm actually hoping that that one of them will give the storks a spray again. It's always funny when they do that. I sound like a very mean person when I say that, but it's funny, let's be honest. Nance, you are saying thank you. Thank you, Nance, for clarifying, for sending your question. I always enjoy hearing from all of you. And like Nance, you are more than welcome for the last bit of Escape to Nature to send through your questions, your comments, suggestions. I really do love hearing from all of you. Even when I don't always immediately understand. I apologize, Nance. I did not have enough coffee today, apparently. Or maybe I had too much. You see now. But I'm just so thrilled that these elephants are still sticking around, still hanging out for us, and I can imagine they'd want to. I mean, if it's 35 degrees Celsius in Okukoyo and some days even hotter than that, why wouldn't you stay at the waterhole and just cool off, drink water? I definitely do not blame them for 1 second. Ryan, good morning, good afternoon. You see now? Oh, Brian, I apologize. You are saying you love watching them. They are so relaxed. I know, for me, watching elephants is like watching a fire or watching water in a river. For me personally, it's so hypnotic. I can literally go on a trip just by watching them. It is really the best therapy ever. And that's what I love about elephants. Again, I love all sightings, whether they are sleeping, whether the animals are fighting or whatever is happening, you know. It's always so amazing to see all of the animals doing whatever they do in their everyday life. But particularly elephants, you know, you always see different dynamics and interactions with them. Like this right now. 2 of these are best friends. They are always together from what we see at this waterhole. And then one of them, sometimes he joins them, sometimes he's by himself. It's the weirdest thing. I wonder if they email each other saying, okay, I'll meet you at that tree at 8 o'clock. Then we can spend the day together, but tonight I want to be alone again. I definitely require some me time. Diana, you are saying it looks like the amount of abdomen stalks have reduced. Well spotted, Diana. Definitely. So they are still around. There were actually more earlier on today, but I think they probably just left with the elephants arriving. But yes, good observation, Diana. And that is, in my personal opinion, I think it might be the case for the next few days if we are not going to receive some rain. The stalks are followers of the rain because they need insect outbreaks. That is what they predominantly feed on. So if there's no food around, why would you stick around? So I have to say I've really been admiring them, even, just for these past few weeks where they have stuck around. But I don't think there's much food resources left for them. Perhaps in the rest of the park, it might be a little bit greener. But over here, I don't want to live here. Particularly if I'm a stork and if I'm looking for insects. It's almost like these storks are contemplating. Do I want to get wet and dirty or not? You see the ones moving off to the left now, they just got a perm. They can't afford getting wet right now. It will not work for the plumage. But I don't know who of you know this, but one of our wonderful directors, Mel, who I'm sure many of you have gotten to know, unfortunately it is her last day today, and I want to take this opportunity to thank Mel for everything that she has done for us, not just on Escape to Nature, but on all of the safaris and really at the office. She's really amazing with giving us sweeties and spoiling us on Halloween with all sorts of treats and things. She really is a wonderful person. If you ever bump into Mel, get to know her. She's a fantastic human being. But Mel, thank you so much for everything you've done for us at Wild Earth. We wish you only the best of luck, and we know you will make a major success wherever you find yourself in life. But thank you so much for your energy, your smiles, your love, your cuddles. You really are one amazing person, and I know the animals will miss you too. But luckily I find devious joy in knowing that you will miss us too. But if any of you viewers for the last bit of Escape to Nature would like to send Mel some love, please do so. Feel free to send us any comments or questions for Mel. But I just wanted to personally take some time just to thank her and to congratulate her and just to wish her well on her next journey in life. Well, before I get teared up, I'm going to send you back to Nick so we can see if those lions are cooperating now. Nick, if they're not, wake them up.
Okay, our lions have finally decided to try and cooperate for us. I've been moving around from side to side trying to see if we can potentially get a nice headshot. And we finally managed to seemingly hit the jackpot here. So this is the second brother that we actually haven't really had too much of a view of today. At least while he's been by the shrub. And nice to kind of take a little squiz at him now that he's woken up from his slumber. You can see he's still very sleepy-eyed. And look at that grass behind him on the left-hand side. You can see how it's been completely flattened from his brother, who's been shifting and rolling over and catching flies and things like that there. And our impalas and our zebra have kind of ambled off. They've continued to feed, and you can see our lions are not all too fussed with that. But obviously with the wind being a little bit blustery, every now and then they do lift their heads up. They do have a good scan around, kind of just see exactly what's happening out and about. Out and about. Ah, there we go, poking his head up once again. Oh, you can really see that that contrast in lighting there of the shade versus the sunny area. Very bright out there, quite difficult for photography in terms of those very bright highlight areas, the areas that are in the sun. Jackie, the dominant male, is the one that is closest to us here. So remember, he does have the collar, which is pretty much the most easily way to distinguish him as the dominant male. But also he does have, and I was going to show you now, but he's kind of just turning around, making it slightly harder. He does have a little bit of a scratch by his eye as well. So the dominant one would be this one on the left hand side. And obviously just in terms of growing up, that dominance is determined when they are growing up, even as youngsters, as cubs, in terms of when they are kind of just playing with each other before anything too serious takes place. You know, it's just that friendly kind of, who can climb up the fallen tree the fastest, you know, who's the king of the castle. and through time that dominance is asserted, so that by the time they get to fully developed males like this, they're not having to try and figure out who's who in the zoo, and for there to be a massive fight that takes place and then more than likely injury from that. And if we had to look at these two males side by side in terms of a close-up, a portrait, we would see that this dominant male on the left, he's got a lot more scratches and things like that on his face. So remember, he did about, 3.5 days of mating or so, 4 days almost of mating with that young lioness of 2.5 months. And remember, with that whole mating process, there's a lot of flying of paws and swatting and animosity between the two. Tough love. And through that process, he's acquired a few more scratches and things like that on his face, compared to his brother, who obviously, because he isn't the dominant male, he doesn't do a lot of that mating. Remember, during that mating process, the female often flips onto her back after a sort of copulation has taken place, and she hits him, she swats him on the face. So those very dominant males, they're often not the most pristine looking males, because the life of a lion is not easy. You're going to be getting a little wound and a scar and things like that along the way.
Calling all Wild Earth explorers, we have a brand new prize for you to win. The lucky winner will jet off to the magnificent Amakhala for an incredible 3-night stay for two at the Hlosi Game Lodge. Unwind surrounded by the natural music of the wild and enjoy daily safaris from an open vehicle. Sign up to be an explorer and you could be heading off to this unforgettable safari destination.
Obviously there's a time and a place for various types of pictures, Something like an older male who does have a lot of scratches and scars and maybe even one or two deep ones. A face like that, a close and sort of portrait of a lion like that, it really tells a story of, you can really see he's been through a few hardships. Life's definitely given him a knock or two along the way. You know, whereas I guess purely from an aesthetic point of view, this male on the right hand side having that much cleaner face, it is visually obviously very appealing. It's very attractive, you know. And I guess it comes down at the end of the day to, you know, personal opinions, you know. There's nothing wrong with choosing a male who's got a slightly cleaner face, or there's nothing wrong with choosing or preferring a male who's got a bit of a story to tell. Alexis, thank you for joining in with us today. It has been an incredible day, or incredible escape to nature from all of our different locations. I feel like we've been very, very lucky today. We've really seen a little bit of this and a little bit of that. And I feel like it's really been a cat day today. You know, we've had lions here at Kariga, we've had lions at Amakhala, cheetah at Amakhala, and leopard up at Djuma. And we said it earlier, but I really feel like we did hit the jackpot. We hit that trifecta. At least here at Kariga, it's been a beautiful warm day. Blue skies, not even a cloud in the sky, a little bit of a breeze in the air. And not a bad way to spend my day here, just with a pair of male lions doing their thing, gazing off, looking at giraffes, looking at impalas, looking at zebras. Really, really cool. And I hope all of you have learned something along the way, that you've gleaned a little pearl of wisdom or two, just because every day is a school day. But stick around with us as we do start to head into our sunset safari a little bit later. You never know what we're going to find. It looks like these males are taking it easy for the moment, just prepping themselves for a little bit of a afternoon bonanza, hopefully. I don't think they'll be going too far for now, maybe shifting around and getting a little bit of shade. Just looking behind me, our giraffe are still gazing in their direction. But thanks again for joining, and we'll see you in a little bit.